Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. How are you?
I'm just working here with Miguel, got us going on YouTube, so we are live
Terrific.
right
Good morning, Mr.
now.
Black.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we, like I say, we are live. I didn't hear back from you on my last email from Friday. Are you okay with those exhibits now?
Yes, I did email you back. I have them all. I'm a little confused on Mr. Harris's because he went from 4 or 5 to 15, but I have everything. So.
And I sent you back an email explanation about what I thought he
Right.
said the numbers were, but he can clear that up for us once we go on the record. I'm having people log in just a little early, just in case we need to discuss procedural matters before we go on the record, which is why you're seeing Mr. Black early.
Okay, and I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. Apparently we have my ability to change my name disabled. I was going to use the name I'm licensed under with my CCR number, but it's not a huge issue.
You know, I like these multiple screens, but I swear lately, I don't know if it's how bright my office is or what, but it's like I lose my cursor very easily. No, since Anna's gone, I'm just trying to. I have notes on notes on notes to make sure that all of the things that she has taken care of.
Terrific.
Yep, she's already texted me from being gone land to let me know we're not gonna, or we didn't have anybody sign up for public comment.
Public comment. Good morning, Miss Olson.
Can't hear you.
She's muted.
Miss Olson, does Miss Pleasant need to be admitted for some reason, or can she listen on YouTube?
So, my understanding, Madam Hearing Examiner, and I think she was just trying to call me, was that we were going to have those two logins, EPEIT and the EPE witness room. And so I don't believe Ms. Pleasant needs a third separate one, but let me just check with her.
Okay, I've got her down here twice. I've got her down here as L Pleasant, and then I have her down here as Linda Pleasant.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. I apologize. Let me just give her a quick call.
Okay,
I did
give
want
her a
to
call.
Alert you that Mr. Wexler and I are doing this hearing together, but unfortunately because of COVID, he's having to do it in his office. So he will need to be admitted separately.
Okay. Yeah, and like I say, you know, it's just, I don't have a problem. If she's signing on as the witness room, I'll let her in. But if she's just signing on as herself, she needs to watch on YouTube. And I've just had IT in here and we are live on YouTube now.
Oh, perfect.
So,
understood. I'll let me just find out what's going on over there in El Paso.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's kind of interesting that we don't have any public commenters. And you all can let me know. I don't think there's any air conditioning in my part of the office. Anyway, I've got a fan on, so if you pick up feedback or something or noise from my fan, please let me know.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I guess the Linda Pleasant and L Pleasant are the two EPE logins. She just has to change the names once she gets signed in. So if you could admit both of those, I would appreciate
Okay.
it.
I don't believe she's going to be able to change her name. I've been trying to do it and it's disabled.
Huh, okay. If she can't change her name, then we'll just know.
Is that in my setup, Allison, do you think?
I believe it is. I'm just not sure where in your setup.
Okay. I'll make a note.
Thank you.
Check. I don't know if it's security to keep people from changing,
Right.
being
It's
somebody else or
it's a
what?
setting, yes. Good morning, Miss Stevens.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. And perhaps
Good.
Mr. Getko and Mr. Wexler would also say hello so I can hear them.
Hello. Good
Good morning.
morning. Good morning.
It's the long lost Jeff Wexler.
Yeah, I've been lost in a maze of work, buried in paper. How are you, Anastasia?
Good. How are you?
I'm okay, good. Summer, so that's good.
Just to let people know who just have signed on, IT has already been in here and this meeting is already being live streamed on YouTube. So you can let your witnesses and or clients and friends and family, whoever, let them know that like the two people in the waiting room.
Who would that be?
Mr. Provencio is
Oh.
in the waiting room, so you can let him know.
That's
he
funny
can
because
go
I'll
to
send him a message because I did
YouTube.
send him a message yesterday about, or Friday after, or Thursday. He may just be doing both, but let me send him a message. You want him on YouTube, correct?
I want him on YouTube and until it's his time to testify.
Okay. Yeah, he may be holding in there for both.
One of my witnesses found it, but I'm trying to get it off the site. Where is it? It's not on the front page and it's not on the link to the grid mod that's on the front page. And
Did you've gone to the PRC website?
that's correct. And there's a notice of hearing there and a read more and then it says we will hold this hearing via the Zoom platform at 9 a.m. And you can click here and I go to click there and it just reloads the main site. So if anybody
Has,
can also go to the commission website, click on public hearings. Yeah, that's what I've done.
Will be displayed on the commission's website. That doesn't work, does it, Kevin?
Yeah, going through the public hearings button, going through the calendar, going through the front page. I've tried all three and
Not working.
I don't get a YouTube link.
Link.
Does anybody else out there have a witness that's on the link already?
Watch this hearing live on YouTube. So when should the link to the YouTube have appeared on here? Via the Zoom platform. The copies under.
So this is Kevin.
Into the same things as Kevin.
Let me the way that our witnesses were able to, I can send the link to other people, but the way that they're getting there is instead of going to the public hearings, they're going to the live meetings link, which launches the GridWorks workshop. And then in the right-hand side of YouTube, it lists other things that are occurring, and then it shows up there. So that's one way to get to it.
The grid mod, first one on the list.
Yeah. And maybe I can send this.
Got it. Yeah, I see.
Okay. I am working on that. So we shall stay tuned. Yep, there it is. So if you click on the live open meetings and workshops, and the first bar in blue is grid modernization meeting. Oh, nope, that says live on the second. So nope, that's not it.
Madam Hearing Examiner?
Yep.
Would you like me to send a link to the 17? It's essentially the list of counsel that was used by Anna Kippenbrock. And so that all counsel will have it right now.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. IT was just in here. So I opened it and I sent the link myself while they were sitting here, so, or standing here. And IT is saying, I will do it right now. Okay, well, I thought you did it before, but. Okay, so while we're standing by for YouTube land. Do we have anything else procedural that we need to discuss? There's Mr. Harris. Okay. So I think as far as counsel and parties, we're still waiting for Ms. Souls and for Ms. Lynch.
Ms. Hurst, this is Anastasia Stevens. Did you and Mr. Simpson work out? He contacted me Friday that it wasn't clear whether he'd been excused from the hearing as well as from the pre-hearing conference.
Yeah, his email basically said that he might be able to be there, so that's why I didn't excuse.
I don't
him
know
from
whether you're
hearing.
wait.
Based on he emailed me and he is excused. Oh, there's Ms. Souls. Okay, so no one else has any procedural matters that we need to discuss. Still waiting for Ms. Lynch. And it looks like that's flown away.
Madam
Is-
Hearing Examiner,
Ms. Olson.
one of our witnesses is reporting having difficulty with the audio, and just curious if anyone else is getting any feedback from that on YouTube or if it's her user error.
I just this second received a message from Mr. Provencio that it worked for him.
Okay. Maybe it's isolated to just her.
Yep. And I just got a message from IT saying it was done. Okay. Ms. Souls, I thought I just admitted you. Mr. Harris? Morning, Ms. Souls.
You're muted, Miss Souls.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry I'm late. I was having a little technical trouble and operator error.
Well, it happens even when you've been here for a while. Some things don't always work as smoothly as we had hoped.
And my apologies, as your court reporter, I identify everybody by your name in the corner, and I see we have a Linda Pleasant and an L Pleasant. So, sir, may I have your name, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
It's James Schistel. Last name is Schichtl.
I apologize.
That window will be each of the individual
Each of the witnesses.
and we'll see if we can get that change. I was trying to change it, but I haven't been able to change it.
No, it's correct. And I apologize for not recognizing you. I have taken your testimony before. Thank you very much.
You've probably taken a few.
Okay, we're gonna wait a couple more minutes and then we're gonna go ahead. Still waiting for Ms. Lynch. Mr. Harris? Where's your face? Mr. Harris, can you? Huh. I'm more than happy for you to unmute there, Mr. Maybe if I ask you to unmute, it'll let you. Any luck there, Mr. Harris? Okay, Mr. Harris is reporting that he can't unmute. Mr. Harris, maybe you should go out of Zoom and come back in. Ms. Lynch, can you unmute?
Good morning. Yes.
There you are.
Can everyone hear me? Thank you.
Okay. Well, haven't had this issue before, so I don't know what to say. I've asked IT and I have put in asked to unmute.
I don't know if he can turn his camera on, but if he can't unmute, perhaps he could call in.
Mr. Harris, you want to try going out of Zoom and coming back in? See if that's going to fix it. Okay, he went out. Let's see if he can get back in. Okay, so no other procedural issues. And again, we are, just so everybody knows, we are on YouTube now that posting has been completed. All right, let's try this again. Hello there, Mr. Harris. Okay, try again. Try to unmute.
Ms. Hurst,
Hang on.
video seems to be going like bouncing a little bit, vibrating.
What video?
Video of you. I put it on full screen. And it's your picture. But it's
Ooh, that's kind of scary. Maybe that's what the problem is. If you just need to make
It's
me
sort of
tiny.
pulsing. It's pulsing a little bit.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
seeing that too?
No, I'm not jumping up
No?
and down in my
Okay,
chair.
maybe I'll go to
Yeah.
different
Uh,
kind of. It
How
would
we
make a
doing,
person
Mr. Harris?
crazy.
do you need to go back into Zoom and set your microphone back up? That's the suggestion of IT.
Does he know how to do that?
I don't know. It's council's responsibility to know how the Zoom works, Miss Lynch.
I would agree.
Well, Mr. Harris, if that's not working for you, suppose you can call in from your telephone. Or IT is suggesting that you turn off your computer and restart it. What are we thinking there, Mr. Harris? So what's your pleasure? Miguel said that you might turn your computer off and on again, and that might fix the microphone problem. Because that's what it could be, is a microphone setup problem. Okay, try turning it off and on and then come back into Zoom. We'll try that one more time, and then otherwise, I think you're just gonna have to do it by phone. And that, well, that phone link, the phone link for you to call in is on the email Zoom. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye. Okay, so I just talked to Mr. Harris on the phone. He's trying to reboot his computer. And we'll see if that works. Otherwise, he'll have to call in.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Genko.
I'm sure it'll get figured out, but if you wanted them visually, I've done Zoom on my phone as well, visually. So it doesn't have to be a call in, but of course, that's your discretion.
Yeah, he could watch the Zoom and just do the audio from his.
Now you can run Zoom through a smartphone, just like you're on your computer.
Yeah, I don't know what is. Doesn't that eat up a lot of data?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll see. He's going to try it one more time, and then we're going to get going. Oh, that's true. It won't eat up data if he's running it through the Wi-Fi on this one. Thank you, Miguel.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Harris.
Can the court reporter hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. I'm almost afraid to ask, does your camera work by any chance, sir?
No, no need to fear.
There you go.
There you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
I'm sorry for the technical delay.
It's all right.
Did you have anything procedural that you needed to deal with, Mr. Harris?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not.
Okay, could you let Mr. Bacchus know that we're live on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to go ahead and mute, but I am ready to go whenever you are.
Okay, very well. Excellent.
Rocky is trying to get into the meeting. He's having trouble too.
Well, as I explained on Friday, I'm just having counsel and the witness who's testifying. So I'm not admitting him intentionally until he testifies. So everybody else can watch on YouTube that's not actually participating at this time. And then when it's his time to testify, I'll be happy to admit it, Mr. Harris. Okay.
Understood.
Okay, very well. All right, well, if we don't have anything else procedural, I think that we can go ahead and begin our hearing. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hurst. I am the designated hearing examiner in case number 21-00269 UT. This is in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for approval of a grid modernization project to implement an advanced metering system AMS project. Advice notice number 274, original rate number 46. Advanced metering system rider, revised rate number 15, miscellaneous service charges, and original form 42 for opt-out provision and fees. Today is the date, time, and place set for hearing in this matter. And we are having the hearing via the Zoom platform. Counsel and the witness testifying are on the Zoom, and this hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. Along with me today is our court reporter, Allison Poyman. Should anyone need anything to do with the transcript, they will need to contact her directly. And if we could go ahead and get appearances for the record, beginning, Ms. Olson, with you.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Carrie Olson from Montgomery and Andrews, representing El Paso Electric Company in today's hearing. And with me is my co-counsel, Jeffrey Wexler, also from Montgomery and Andrews.
Thank you. Mr. Gedko?
Yeah, Kevin Gedko with the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General.
Ms. Stevens?
Anastasia Stevens, representing the city of Las Cruces.
Ms. Souls?
Mary Lee Souls, I am a pro se party in this case.
Ms. Lynch?
Kara Lynch, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Mr. Black?
David Black for the Utility Division staff for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission.
And Mr. Harris.
Brian Harris on behalf of Yellowbird Services and Rocky Backus.
Very well, good morning. I'd also like the record to note that there's one more intervener, pro se intervener, Philip Simpson. Mr. Simpson was unable to be here today and asked via email last week if his appearance could be excused, and I granted that request. I'd like the record to indicate that El Paso Electric, pursuant to the procedural order in this case, did in fact timely and appropriately publish the notice of the hearing in this case, along with sending individual notice to each one of its ratepayers, including those with email billing, as well as posting the notice as required on its website. I would also like the record to indicate in this case that there was a provision to provide for public comment in this case, and orally here today, and there were no requests to give oral public comment. With that, I believe that the procedural requirements I wanted to get on the record have been referenced. The parties did file a stipulation in this case that is opposed, and there will be testimony from parties in support and the party opposed here today. And with that, Ms. Olson, Mr. Wexler, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner will be presenting our first witness.
Go ahead.
El Paso Electric would like to call Mr. James Schistel.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Schistel. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Yes, my name is James Schistel. My last name is spelled Schichtl.
And what is your current profession?
I am Vice President of Regulatory and Governmental Affairs for El Paso Electric Company.
Thank you. Do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Was that direct testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is the exhibit identified on the table of contents part of your direct testimony, or excuse me, your direct testimony in support of the unopposed comprehensive stipulation?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Is the testimony you prepared in support of the unopposed comprehensive stipulation true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give these same answers under oath?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 1.
Mr. Schistel, can you look at page 17 of your testimony in support of stipulation?
Certainly.
Are you there?
Almost. You said 17?
Page 17, line 17.
Okay.
At line 17, you reference case number 20-00105-UT.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you sure that was in fact or what case was that?
Well, that should be our most recent rate case.
And you're sure that's the case number?
Well, I'm not anymore. I'm assuming it could be 21, but I'd have to check.
Do you have that listed on your original application testimony as the case that you've already testified in?
I don't believe I listed cases in my testimony for prior testimonies.
Do you know if any of the other witnesses did?
No, I don't.
Okay, subject to check. I believe it's case number 20-00104.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe that you're correct.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, think you want to correct your testimony, Mr. Schistel?
Certainly.
All right. With that correction, El Paso Exhibit 1, the testimony in support of the stipulation from Mr. Schistel. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 1 is admitted. Ms. Olson?
Thank you. And Mr. Schistel, do you have before you what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit number 2?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as your rebuttal testimony in support of the unopposed comprehensive stipulation?
Yes.
And was that rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Is the rebuttal testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these same questions under oath today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit 2 rebuttal testimony of Mr. Schistel in support of the stipulation.
Any objection to what's been identified is EPE Exhibit 2, Mr. Schistel's rebuttal testimony in support of the stipulation. Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 2 is admitted. Ms. Olson?
Mr. Schistel, do you have what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit 3 in front of you?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as your direct testimony on behalf of El Paso Electric Company?
Yes.
And was this direct testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is this direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, EPE offers EPE Exhibit number 3.
Any objection to what's been identified as El Paso Electric Exhibit number 3? Mr. Schistel's direct testimony was filed in support of the application. Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 3 is admitted. Ms. Olson?
And finally, Mr. Schistel, do you have before you what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit number 4?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
And was the supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
If you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 4, supplemental testimony of Mr. Schistel.
Mr. Schistel, EPE Exhibit 4, your supplemental testimony was filed as responses to the bench request that I issued in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Any objection to what's been identified as EPE Exhibit 4? Mr. Schistel's supplemental testimony filed in this case. Hearing none, EPE Exhibit number 4 is admitted. Ms. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. That's all of Mr. Schistel's testimony, and we offer him for cross-examination at this time.
And as was discussed at the pre-hearing conference last week, the order of presentation and the order of cross-examination are the same. And therefore, Mr. Getko, do you have any questions for Mr. Schistel?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, any questions for Mr. Schistel?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I do. Good morning, Mr. Schistel.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions on your Exhibit 2, your rebuttal to Yellowbird Services testimony in opposition to the stipulation. If you would turn to the bottom of page 6 of that testimony, the question, and then the response is at the top of page 7. Are you with me?
I'm going there now. You said
Exhibit number 2, the stipulation rebuttal.
I believe I have that one. Hold on. Okay, you said the question at the bottom of page 6, right?
Yeah, and the answer on the top of page 7.
Okay.
About DG metering.
Yes.
So first of all, does every single DG customer have a separate meter that measures the output of his or her solar facility?
That's my understanding, yes.
And is that commonly referred to as a production meter?
Yes, or rec meter. And rec would be for renewable energy credit, but yes, production or rec meter.
And are the DG customers' actual utility bills based on the other meter at their site, the one that measures the net power flow into and out of the residence?
Yes, their bill for service from the company is based on the bidirectional meter for service to their residents. We have historically had rec purchase programs in New Mexico, which also compensate some DG customers for their rec output. So that particular payment on the customer's bill would be a function of the rec meter. But for the most part, all service provided by the company is pursuant to the metering on the residence through the bidirectional meter.
Are you familiar with the commission's pending rulemaking proceedings, Mr. Schistel, of which there are dozens, it seems?
I'm generally familiar with them.
And specifically, are you familiar with case number 20-00158 UT concerning proposed revisions to the renewable energy rule?
Yes.
And does the notice of proposed rulemaking in that case propose, among other things, to address an issue with DG rec metering that has arisen in the last couple of EPE Renewable Energy Act cases?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this line of questioning as outside the scope of this hearing. Pending rule changes that are being discussed by the commission really has no bearing on what's before us today.
Ms. Stevens?
I have one question that will make it very clear what has bearing on the scope of the AMS project at issue in this case. So if you'll let me continue.
Well, you know, there's an objection. Are you saying you want to try to clarify your question?
Yes, the relevance is that the number of meters, as will be shown in my next question to Mr. Schistel, if he continues to recognize that the rule is in play, is that if the commission changes that rule, the number of meters that the company will need to install in New Mexico will reduce by a not insignificant number.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I respond?
Yes.
This is speculative. The commission has not adopted a rule that changes advanced metering. That changes current metering for DG customers. And so this line of questioning on what may happen in the future if the commission happens to adopt a rule change is outside the scope of this proceeding.
Ms. Stevens?
I would think that it would be relevant and useful to the commission to know that there might be my estimate is maybe 7% reduction in the number of meters.
Okay, do you want to address whether, I'm going to sustain the objection. I do believe it's beyond the scope. I mean, obviously the company is required to comply with any particular rule that's in place. So go ahead, move on.
Okay, well then I will ask him whether there is a rule in place that requires you to install rec meters, these second meters at each DG location. Commission rule, a commission rule.
I'm going to object to the extent that Ms. Stevens is asking Mr. Schistel to interpret the law.
Oh, no, I'm going to overrule that one. I think he can answer that one because he's testified that that they have 2 meters. So I think that's within the scope of whether or not he knows if there's a rule that says there have to be 2. Go ahead, Mr. Schistel.
So to my knowledge, there's no rule requiring an output meter or production or rec meter on DG systems. As I said, previously we've had rec purchase programs where customers with rooftop solar were actually compensated based on the, based on the output of their facility. And those continue, although they're being gradually eliminated, and I believe are be completely eliminated within the next year or 2. However, there's another reason for production meters, and that is for the company to have visibility to the actual output of that facility. That we need to remember that all of these customers have interconnection agreements, and all of these customers, I will say, all of these customers at one time or another are actually exporting energy onto the EPE grid. There are safety issues, reliability and operational issues related to the company having visibility to what's actually being produced by the customer system. And I would also say that our expectation is with advanced metering and the additional information that's going to be provided by that metering, that it opens up the possibilities for other programs and compensation or other types of programs related to the systems themselves. So I think that the moving to advanced metering on these systems makes that information even more valuable to the company and potentially to the customer.
Mr. Schistel, I'm just going to ask you one more question. This is on line 6 on page 7 of your testimony. the phrase "or change requirements" for DG customers. Would you please explain what those requirements are?
I think I was just referring globally to the fact that we're replacing the rec meter with another rec meter or production meter, except now will be an advanced meter, doesn't change anything for DG customers. No requirements or any other expectations of DG customers beyond what is in effect today.
And the requirement, what is the requirement in effect for DG customers today regarding that meter?
I would say the primary requirement for DG customers, of course, is an interconnection agreement, a current interconnection agreement. And again, swapping out the existing rec meter for an advanced meter in the same way that we're swapping out the bidirectional meter on the customer's home with the advanced meter doesn't change the requirement for an interconnection agreement or any of the information that has to be supplied.
And approximately how many DG meters do you have in place currently?
In New Mexico, I don't know the exact number. We're easily over 4,000 to 5,000, 4,000 or 5,000 DG customers in New Mexico, I believe.
And at what rate are you adding those annually?
That I don't know. It has been historically in the range of 100 or so a month, but I don't know what the current rate is.
Thank you, Mr. Schistel. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Except that your face is kind of freezing as I look. I hope that's not going to be a recurring problem. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Ms. Souls, did you have any questions for Mr. Schistel?
I have no questions for Mr. Schistel.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch? Questions?
I have
for Mr. Schistel?
no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Black, any questions from staff for Mr. Schistel?
No questions from staff.
All right, very well. Mr. Harris, you have questions for Mr. Schistel?
Yes, I have some questions.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Schistel.
Good morning.
We have met before, but never in this context. Just a few minutes ago, I heard you testify about safety and operational issues with respect to distributed generation. Could you follow up on that, please?
Certainly.
Could you describe those with more detail?
Certainly, I think substantially they all relate to the, as I said, the export of energy onto the EPE system. So for the most part, rooftop solar won't operate in a de-energized system. That is, if EPE's electric service is out, then the rooftop solar systems generally aren't operating. But there's always a concern for the company and company personnel of knowing when and having visibility to energy being exported onto the system. That is, we have a very good visibility to our own generation on the system, but less so with customer generation on the system. So that's the safety aspect, is having a clear understanding of when that's happening. And obviously advanced metering makes that even more precise, because we know on an hourly or even sub-hourly basis how energy is being produced by the system. And of course, the bidirectional or the output, the new advanced meter on the customer's home will also give us visibility to that, where
I'm just trying to get an idea of this existing safety and operational issues, not things that may be alleviated by your new Itron AMS.
well, that is the primary one, existing on an existing basis. So having that rec metering is important to understand how much generation is on our system, where it's located, which feeders they're on. All that's provided by the interconnection agreements, but it's also supplemented by the information that we receive from the rec meter. And then again, operationally, same aspect. Knowing or having visibility to generation on our system beyond our own is important.
So if you had to prioritize what was more important to resolving for widespread distributed generation, would you choose between the safety and operational issues or between the existence of a current interconnection agreement?
I'd say those are all related. Obviously, we always put safety first, but they're all related.
Okay. Thank you. If you could please, well, actually, do you remember testifying about dynamic pricing options?
And can you
Where?
can you give me a?
Okay, yes, yeah. I'm just trying to save some time. I've already used enough. If you turn to Exhibit 2, page 10, please. And that page 10 is the documents labeling. The PDF reader shows it as page 12.
So we're in my rebuttal testimony, and
I'm sorry, yes, Exhibit 2.
and you said PDF page 12, so that would be page 10 of the testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And you remember now, you testified here about the phrase you used is dynamic pricing options.
Oh, I apologize. I was thinking of live testimony. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, excuse me. Yes. And one of the one type of dynamic pricing option is time of day use. Do you agree?
It's somewhat semantics or say professional language, but generally speaking, why I have time of day separate from dynamic pricing options in this testimony is that while prices are different in time of day pricing, they don't change dynamically from the perspective of the tariff. So time of day rates are set out in tariff and fixed, whereas in dynamic pricing programs, they can change periodically from anything that's tariffed. So that's the distinction I make there.
Okay. Does EPE currently offer time of day rates in New Mexico?
Yes, we have time of day, mandatory time of day for our largest customers, and then optional time of day pretty much for all of our other customers with the exception of lighting customers.
So that would include your average residential customer?
Yes, as an option, as an optional program.
Can you give me a rough approximation of how many people have signed up for that program in New Mexico?
I believe we're in the range of 50 residential customers on time of day rates in New Mexico.
Now, even though you differentiate between dynamic pricing and time of day, would you agree that widespread adoption of time of day rates would be an important factor in capturing all the functionality of these Itron meters you want to install?
Objection.
I think the witness was ready to answer.
What's your objection, Ms. Olson?
I'm going to object to that as a compound question. There were a lot of parts in there and it wasn't clear what the question Mr. Harris was asking.
Mr. Schistel, do you understand the question?
I could certainly use a restatement.
Okay. Do you agree that time of day rates are an important factor in capturing the functionality of these Itron meters?
Yes, I think that I have identified in my testimony numerous times that the benefit to individual customer benefits really enabled by AMS really primarily accrue from pricing options. There are qualitative benefits and programs that can help customers. But quantitatively, in terms of what they might do in changing their usage patterns, usage characteristics around pricing, can serve as a direct benefit on their bill. So yes, I believe that the pricing programs we put in place will be very important to allowing customers to realize the full benefit of AMS.
Has the company done any projections to determine how time of day usage might increase as these meters are spread throughout your network?
I would say that the best indication of that is, looking at what other utilities have experienced as they transform their systems and move to advanced metering. Obviously, the largest number of TOD, greatest penetration is achieved by requiring it on a mandatory basis, which, generally speaking, happens for larger customers and commercial customers, but is always moving in the direction of smaller and smaller customers. California, for example, has moved now to essentially requiring all customers to be time of day, or in the near future, they're moving in that direction, including residential customers. But I would consider looking at the data on utilities.
But the question is, did the company look at the data and offer that into evidence?
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Harris is continuing to interrupt Mr. Schistel. If he asks a question, I would appreciate Mr. Schistel being given the opportunity to fully respond before Mr. Harris asks his next question.
And just so we don't stray too far here, I don't believe Mr. Schistel is answering the question. So Mr. Schistel, if you could be more specific, sir, as to whether or not you actually have done any projections.
Yes, ma'am. And what I was getting to was my projection would be consistent with what other utilities have experienced, and getting to 10%, for example, of customers on a voluntary basis, which is much more complicated than mandatory, but on a voluntary basis would be an excellent outcome.
So was the answer to did the company do projections? Is that an answer of no?
We did not do analysis or projections on our own system. We looked at what other systems have experienced.
Can you tell us how many New Mexico residents have signed up for the thermostat cycling program? I'm speaking specifically of residential ratepayers.
On a total company basis, we have just a little less than 12,000 customers on the DRP. I believe New Mexico is right around 20% of that, about 2,400 New Mexico customers.
Okay, and can you tell us how many times interruptible customers have been interrupted in, say, the last 3 years? And this, I don't want precision, of course, just a general number.
Are you referring to the noticed interruptible program for large customers?
I'm talking about the customers under New Mexico rate 29.
Right. So that obviously is very different than the DRP. The rate 29 is an emergency interruptible program. I believe we have seen on the order of 1 to 2 called interruptions a year in the last several years, although I believe in 2021, we did not have any called interruptions in 21.
And can you tell us approximately how much of EPE'S New Mexico energy is currently produced by renewable sources?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I've given Mr. Harris some leeway, but I'm not understanding how this is tied to Mr. Schistel's direct testimony or stipulation testimony, or the terms of the stipulation or EPE'S project proposal.
What's your what's your relationship between the stipulation and or Mr. Schistel's testimony, Mr. Harris?
Well, we are told by EPE that both of these, the petition and the stipulation, are integral parts of the grid modernization plan. And of course, the grid modernization plan is there to serve the ultimate goal of reaching certain energy benchmarks in the future. So I'd like to know, I'm asking this question to see how much progress we're making towards that ultimate mandate. And I would like to get to see how far these Itron AMS meters will get us there. So before we can know if we're making progress, we need to know the benchmark, hence my question.
Ms.
And
Olson? Oh, sorry, sir. Anything further?
I'd also like to say that, you know, the rules of evidence provide an interesting template, especially for adjudications that are backward-looking exercises. Right here, we're trying to determine the future. And I would ask that I would just remind everybody that the rules of evidence formally do not apply in this proceeding as per the New Mexico procedural rules.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I respond?
Yes.
I appreciate Mr. Harris's broad reading of the grid modernization statute, but I reiterate that this cross-examination is supposed to be limited to Mr. Schistel's testimony, and it seems like we've gone well beyond what Mr. Schistel has testified to or what is proposed in this specific project that is before the commission for approval today.
And at this point, I'm going to overrule the objection. I do believe that Mr. Schistel has included, at least in his direct testimony, if not his subsequent testimonies, testimony relating and or claiming that the AMS project as offered by EPE is reasonably expected to increase access to and use of clean and renewable energy. Therefore, at least this question, I believe, is relevant to that topic. So if you have an answer, Mr. Schistel, please answer.
Certainly. Could I ask though for a repeat of the question?
Can you tell me approximately how much of EPE's electricity in New Mexico comes from renewable sources?
Yes, I think I believe the last RPS plan filing put us at about 12%. And I would say that we also have at the same time resources currently in construction or to be constructed, approved by the commission for construction, that will get us in the range of 25 to 30%. And we're on target to reach the 40% requirement in 2025.
And in terms of EPE's accounting, when a customer produces electricity and puts it on the EPE grid through their interconnection agreement, does that energy count towards the company's mandate?
Yes.
To reach a certain, okay, thank you. Now, this is, I just want to make clear that the Itron meter you're proposing here, it needs a home area network to be fully functional or to achieve all of its anticipated benefits. If that's too, I can simplify that question for you if you want.
No, that's not necessary, although I would suggest that detailed questions on the metering capabilities would, we have other witnesses probably more appropriate for that, but my answer would be no.
I'll just wait for Mr. Slyke and I'll ask him about the meter.
Who is the appropriate witness to answer questions about the meter, its capabilities, and Any questions regarding vetting of that vendor?
I believe both Mr. Davis and Van Slyke testify with respect to the meters, and more than likely, Mr. Van Slyke would be, especially the technical nature of the metering capability, would be Mr. Van Slyke. I was going to say that my understanding is the answer to the question would be no, the HAN is not required for the advanced meters to provide the substantial portion of the benefits that we're looking at.
Okay, and isn't project manager Ms. Arizpe, I believe now Arizpe Ramirez?
Yes.
Isn't she the one that testifies about the bids?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Okay, I'll move along a bit. Would Ms. Arizpe be the person I need to speak to about projected energy savings from implementing these Itron meters?
No,
Okay, would it be you?
I think I'd be a good place to start. Yes.
Okay. How much energy saving?
Is that your question?
Yes.
Can you clarify that? It's pretty vague.
Well, you know, again, there's several ways to meet the mandate. One is production through renewables. One is through energy savings and a reduction in use.
Can you
And
give me a
so-
specific reference? If you're referring to the statute or what, Mr. Yes.
You know, I do not have that citation in front of me. It just seemed like such a general thing that I didn't, but I'm happy to move on if necessary.
Unless you can clarify your question, Mr. Harris, I don't see that particular general reference in
Fair enough. I'll move on.
62-813.
I'm happy to move on, Madam.
Okay.
Hearing.
Go ahead, sir.
Sir, could you turn to your Exhibit 3, please?
Give me 1 second. I'll need to open that one up.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
This is my direct testimony.
It's your labeled Exhibit 3. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's direct in favor of the stipulation or the petition, but yeah.
I have that open. Yes.
Okay, great. And there's a table on that page, Table 2. Do you see it?
Can you give me the page number again? I apologize.
26.
26. Yes,
Are you
I
there?
have that.
Okay, so I'm still looking for it. Right. Okay, so you show a remaining depreciation life of 18 years.
That's correct. That's the average remaining life for all of the New Mexico meters in service.
Maybe out of their depreciation life in a month, some might be there for another 18 years. Is that correct?
Or longer. Yes,
Or longer. So this is an average.
correct.
And Can you tell me what the median is of that average? The median number of meters that will be, say, depreciated out in 9 years, in half the time that you've listed here?
No, I don't have that information.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to now ask you, in your presence here today, are you testifying as an expert?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would ask for clarification on what Mr. Harris means by "are you testifying as an expert?"
Well, you showed your formal education. You have a mechanical engineering degree, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've got many years of wide and varied experience in the electricity industry, is that correct?
That's correct. 30 years.
And you've done continuing are you a licensed engineer right now?
No, I'm not.
So you don't have any continuing education requirements?
No.
And so by virtue of your education and your vast experience, I think, at least in common parlance, most people would think of you as an expert. And when that term is applied to you, most people would agree. Do you agree with that?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the term expert is really broad. Could Mr. Harris clarify what he's talking about?
Somebody who knows a lot about the electricity grid in this context? Well, okay, let's narrow it down. Let's talk about meters and electrical meters. Sir, have you designed any meters?
No.
Have you done any troubleshooting for meters?
No, my background in the electric industry is in the regulatory side, rate making and cost of service, and more pretty broadly in the regulatory realm, not in operations.
So you have no practical experience of the costs, the difficulties, or the issues that could arise when installing meters or selling meters?
No, but I believe Mr. Davis, who's our witness on the generally on operations and distribution related to the AMS, and can answer any of those questions.
Great. So I couldn't
Just wait,
find any-
wait, just 1 second. In your context of your experience, your position, and your education, and specifically as Vice President of Regulatory and Governmental Affairs for EPE, are you the person who would have knowledge of any difficulties or issues regarding smart meters or the implementation of smart meters.
Well, if by implementation you mean installation and the operation of the smart meters, no. Mr. Davis, again, is the witness offered by EPE to really cover the operational aspects related to metering and advanced metering. To the extent I testify with respect to capabilities of the meters in my testimony, it really is based on my interaction communications with our operations and metering personnel, including Mr. Davis.
Very well, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Okay, just let's move on to the benefits to customers. And there, Mr. Schistel, you start your testimony at page 27 of Exhibit 3.
Okay.
And some of these, well, actually, at line 12 there, the second word is combination. So the combination you're talking about there is the Itron meter. Is that correct?
I think that the combination reference there is to the capabilities of the metering itself, meaning the two-way communications, the very granular customer data that they provide, and then also the outage management system and the other systems that we have and that are going into place to support advanced metering. That's the combination reference.
So the meter comes with the communications capability already?
That's my understanding, yes. It is
Can you
part
define
it is part of
granular?
Several.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was just saying that the meter is part of the communication system is what the point I wanted to make.
But when
And I just wanted, hang on just a second, Mr. Harris. I just wanted you to what the other part of this is granular customer data. And do you want to define that for the record?
Certainly. The reference there is to the access to 15-minute or even shorter interval data from the meter. Today, what we have in terms of customer data from the vast majority of our customers is one reading for the entire month in terms of cumulative energy consumption. For demand meter customers, it would be 2. For time of day customers, it might be 3 or 4, but it's a very small number of specific points of data regarding the customer's consumption profile. What we will have from the advanced meters is literally a continuum of consumption data across the entire billing cycle. So 730 hours on average times 4 for 15-minute data is how many data points we'd have for every one of our customers at a minimum with advanced metering.
Is it going to be able to provide anything else except the time and quantity?
I believe there's also other information that comes to the meter. Mr. Van Slyke would be perfect for this, but in terms of any type of voltage reads or K-bar, other measurements from the meter itself that can be provided to us, but I think Mr. Van Slyke would be the right person, I believe, to answer those questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
I want to get back to the combination question. And can I give you an example? If I want to set up a home area and office, I will buy a computer, I will buy a printer, I will buy maybe a Wi-Fi router. Do you agree that that's a typical list of components for a home office?
Yes.
And when you go to buy those things, they will show up as 3 separate line items. When I buy it at Home Depot, for example, on my receipt, you'll see 3 separate entries.
That seems reasonable, yes.
So it seems reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. When you inform the customer that they need to have this new Itron meter, do you inform them that the functionality is somewhat dependent on two-way communications? Or it's highly dependent, actually. Excuse me, let me withdraw the question. When you inform the customer of this new line item showing up on their bill, does that line item include the two-way communications functionality necessary for the Itron?
Madam Hearing Examiner, there's a lot of assumptions built into that question, and I would ask Mr. Harris to break it into subparts.
I'm sorry, what assumption?
Actually, I think the question was pretty clear. Mr. Schistel?
In terms of a customer's bill, they'll see a line item, but in advance of any advanced meters being installed, if you look at the various phases of our customer education plan that was included with my original testimony and has been subsequently modified somewhat for the stipulation, that sort of communications regarding and education regarding the capabilities of the metering, what will be provided to customers and what they'll be able to do with that information ultimately is actually in advance of them ever seeing a charge on the bill. And that's the point of the customer education plan.
So how are the costs for the two-way communications allocated and accounted for separate from the Itron meters?
I don't believe I said they were. But our application includes a pretty detailed layout of the costs of the project.
Yes. Who bears those costs?
The cost of the project?
The cost of the two-way communications capability.
All of the costs of the project, to a substantial degree, I believe all of the costs of the projects and operational benefits are reflected in the monthly AMS rider charge. So essentially all customers.
Thank you. Now, actually, I'll save that for your other witnesses. Does the Itron meter by itself installed in a ratepayer's house offer any cost savings in terms of their monthly electricity bill?
Well, it does reduce the move to advanced metering and the communications capability that you identified in terms of the direct communications with the company in terms of data does reduce our costs for metering services. Mr. Davis covers that in his testimony, the specifics of that. And so there is a credit for those reduced costs that's reflected in the AMS rider.
Would you characterize meter reading as an operational cost?
Yes, or customer service, but yes, I'd say it's operational.
Does the Itron meter by itself help the customer reduce their electric consumption?
Madam Examiner, can I clarify for the record what Mr. Harris means by the Itron meter by itself?
Well,
No, but Mr. Harris can clarify what he means by the Itron meter by itself.
well, I mean, Mr. Schistel says that in combination, the advanced meter will provide a host of benefits, maybe some to the ratepayer, some to the company itself. So that's in combination with something. But there are people who may not want the two-way communications. And I'm wondering if the Itron itself is capable of helping the customer reduce their energy consumption.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this as mischaracterizing Mr. Schistel's testimony.
In what way?
Well, Mr. Harris is artificially drawing a distinction between the communications network and the meter, and my understanding is that's not what Mr. Schistel's explanation of what the combination of benefits, that's not what he testified to.
Mr. Schistel, when you're talking about the combination of benefits, what are you referring to?
Well, the combination, the word combination there is not referencing benefits. It is referencing the capabilities of the metering and the advanced meter project or the advanced metering system project itself. What I say there is the combination of those things supports the system that will benefit customers in several ways.
So then are you, as Mr. Harris has alleged, is your testimony that the meter is separate from the other parts of the system, and that by combining the meter with the other parts of the AMS system, that's what leads to the benefits?
Right. Operationally, for example, a communicating meter needs something to communicate with. And so our ability to access, as I said, significant amounts of data provided by each meter from each customer. A meter data management system is part of the AMS project. It is a necessary component, obviously, for us to have the data that's being recorded and supplied by the advanced meter.
Mr. Harris.
I'm ready to move on. I think we've covered this ground, chewed the flavor out of it. So in your testimony, EPE Exhibit 1 at page 15,
Page 15. Give me 1 second.
lines 17 through 18.
All right. Are you referring to page 15 or the PDF page?
Just a second. I knew this issue would come up.
Well, there's page numbers at the bottom of the PDF.
I understand, yes, and I was alluding to that. The page number on your exhibit is 15. It's paginated at 15. The PDF reader shows it at 17,
right.
And I'm on PDF reader page 17.
Okay.
Exhibit, right. So if you look at line 17, you talk about the relatively shorter depreciation life that reflects the technological obsolescence risks. Could you expand on these obsolescent risks, or should I wait until we get to Mr. Davis or Mr. Slyke?
So just so I can be clear what we're talking about, are we on exhibit 3?
No, we're on exhibit 1.
Sorry. We were previously on 3. I think I'd stayed there. Give me 1 second.
Excuse me, take your time.
Page 15, lines 13 and 14, the question posed is, why is it appropriate to extend the depreciable life of these capital costs? You begin your answer at line 15. Mr. Harris is asking you about the sentence at line 17 and 18.
Right. So the reference there to technological obsolescence really refers to the rapid advance of technology in the metering systems. And so in our original application, as I say here, one of the justifications or the factors contributing to us selecting a 7-year depreciable life really goes to that, is that while the meter may physically be capable of continuing to operate, you might have an advance of metering systems such that it would make the existing one, relatively speaking, technologically obsolete. Now, that is becoming less of an issue in my understanding, and Mr. Van Slyke is the expert on this, but that's becoming less of an issue now because these are essentially computers now that can be reprogrammed remotely. And so you can get to those benefits of the advances with the existing metering. I included this here to explain when we originally included a 7-year depreciable life for the meters, one of the reasons for that. The other was that it was the same depreciable life that we were requesting in our Texas service territory. Those were the two reasons.
Then I would ask you, Mr. Schistel, if it's not the equipment that might become technologically obsolescent, because you say it's a computer that can be reprogrammed, then why would El Paso Electric agree, if it's the technology that's rapidly becoming obsolete, why would EPE ever agree to a 10-year depreciable life on the software?
Are you referring specifically to the software component?
Yeah, I mean, if you move up that page, it at line 7 and 8, you say EPE has also agreed to a 10-year depreciable life for the proposed upfront Itron IT software. And it's like, okay, if it's not the equipment that's going to be obsolete, it can be reprogrammed with software. And then why would you ever think that the software is going to not be obsolete in a short period of time?
Well, because it can be updated.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Schistel, are you familiar with Itron's application that it offers meter owners to track their electricity usage?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you aware of companies like Google selling things like Nest thermostats?
Yes.
Would you agree that Nest thermostats can capture much of the data that you claim is needed through the, or that you claim the Itron meters can capture?
No.
Could you expand on that, please? The differences in the data.
Certainly, from my understanding, at least with my Nest thermostat, I can get information regarding the operation of my AC system, but not all other aspects of the consumption of everything else in my home. And I think it's important, there's an important distinction to be made here about what's available to the customer accessing their meter and what's available to both the customer and the company regarding the consumption at the home. Whereas I believe there's probably no limit to the number of things being sold commercially to customers like the Nest system that are specific to their consumption in their home that doesn't provide what the AMS system does, which is communication of all of the usage characteristics, the relevant usage characteristics, at least from the services EPE is providing, back to the company so that we can utilize that information to build a customer, design programs, offer programs through the AMS project.
Can you point me to where in the stipulation ownership of the data is addressed?
This is Exhibit 1, I believe.
I'm sorry. Well, yes, you attached the stipulation to Exhibit 1.
I don't recollect that data ownership is addressed in the stipulation, but I'm not certain.
And did you address the ability of ratepayers to opt out of data sharing if they choose, but still use the Itron meter?
I object to the term data sharing. I'm not sure what Mr. Harris is talking about.
Mr.
Well,
Harris?
the customer generates data in electricity consumption and is required to share it with EPE under EPE's proposal and stipulation. That's the data sharing.
Where does it say in the stipulation that that customers generate data and they're required to share it with EPE?
That's what I'm asking Mr. Schistel.
You're asking Mr. Schistel if the stipulation states that customers generate data?
I think that's a given. I'm trying to understand where in the stipulation data ownership is addressed. And if it's not, fine, I'll move on.
Well, I don't think that, one, I don't think we've ever used at least my recollection, the terminology data sharing. Obviously, what we're talking about here is the provision of customer usage data to the company for a variety of reasons, primarily being able to bill for services provided. While the data has changed, nothing about that relationship, that is the data coming from our meter to the company to utilize for billing purposes or programs purposes, is changed by AMS. It's just more data.
And is that addressed? Again, the ownership of the data generated by the customer, transmitted, shared, provided, choose your verb, to the company. Is that addressed in the stipulation?
Specifically, I don't believe so. I think that's a generally recognized process here for purposes of metering. That is, the meter itself measures consumption and provides that data to the company. The company in the AMS project then makes that data available to the customer on the portal and through other means. But again, since nothing's really changing here with respect to that relationship, I don't believe the stipulation gets into that specifically.
The relationship you're talking about is the company and the ratepayers. Is that the overall general relationship?
Correct. We provide service to the customer. We meter what's being provided with respect to energy consumption by the customer. We use that data to bill the customer for services provided. Nothing in that relationship is really changed by advanced metering, other than, as we say in the project, in testimony, a very much expanded range of consumption information for both the customer and the company to enable more programs and use of that data.
Can you be a little more specific about the more programs you're discussing?
I believe there's a whole section of my direct testimony about new programs for customers enabled by advanced metering.
I'm not asking you to recite your testimony, just if you could summarize it for the purposes of this conversation. And you know what? I'll withdraw the question. Sir, could we turn to Exhibit 3, please?
Okay.
And let's see. I'm going to go to page 40. On the PDF, but that's not the page I want. Oh, just a second. Okay, I'm sorry, please excuse me. Page, I'm sorry, please go back to Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And you have an attachment A there, which I believe is page 54 of the PDF. Yes.
All right. Give me 1 second.
This may be a question for Mr. Hernandez.
All right.
I
Go ahead.
apologize. Are you looking at attachment A to the stipulation? I'm looking at a paper copy.
This is stamped Exhibit JSST1, page 17 of 23.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. At the lower right-hand corner of that exhibit, you see a value of $35,426. And that is listed as the total project cost. Are you there with me, Mr. Schistel?
Yes.
So a lot of that project cost will be paid directly to Itron. Is that correct, for the actual physical meters?
Well, the customers, if you mean how our customers will pay, they'll pay us. We make the purchase of the meter. We make the capital investment in the meters by purchasing them from Itron.
Right. And you'll also need to purchase some database design services from Oracle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So would you agree, roughly and subject to check, that leaves about $1.5 million to be paid for employees in El Paso? And I'm
going to object to this. The exhibit speaks for itself.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer if you know.
For that particular line item for the project cost, I would say that's certainly identified as an EPE cost. You're referring to the line of 1.49 million?
Yes, sir.
I would suggest for something that specific that you address that question to Ms. Ramirez.
Very good. Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions for Mr. Schistel.
Very well. Why don't we take a brief we take about a brief 5-minute recess, and we'll come back. I've got 10:40, so let's come back at 10:45. Okay, all right. I think we're ready to go back on the record, and we have completed the questions that parties had for Mr. Schistel. And Mr. Schistel, I have some questions for you. You answered some of the questions that I had with my review of your initial testimony. So I'm going to try not to be redundant, but I guess to start off with, as part of your job responsibilities with El Paso Electric, do you keep apprised of other utilities similarly situated types of cases? Do you understand what I mean by that? I can't
Jim,
hear
think
you.
Your audio is working.
Sorry, how about now?
Yep.
Sorry about that. We have two mute buttons. Yes, we try to stay apprised of what is happening in other jurisdictions, other states, both from the perspective of sort of the regulatory side as well as new advances in programs being offered and things like that. So yes, to the extent I can, I stay apprised of what's happening with other utilities.
So I guess I'd like to ask you, sir, whether or not you followed or have any knowledge of case number 15-00312 UT, and that was Public Service Company of New Mexico's application regarding proposed smart meters. I believe that began in 2015 and ultimately culminated, I think, in a decision in 2017 or 2018. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I do recall that when P&M's application for advanced metering, and it was importantly, I think, before the Grid Modernization Act was approved. But yes, I generally recall the P&M application.
Okay. And then also more recently, case number 21-00148-UT, and that was SPS's request to implement grid mod. Did you follow that one?
Generally, yes. Not in great detail, but yes.
Okay. So basically, the other two large electric companies in the state of New Mexico proposed grid mod or advanced metering services before El Paso Electric did, but one of those cases was denied, the P&M one, and then the SPS one, they withdrew after hearing their request, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so even though El Paso Electric was third, they're actually going to be first with a commission decision, correct?
Yes.
Well, since you say that you are familiar with those cases, especially you indicated with P&M case, one of the findings of the hearing examiner at the March 30th, 2017 hearing was that Itron, and I don't know how many Itrons they are. That's why I'm going to ask you if there's more than one Itron that makes these meters. But this particular Itron that P&M was contracting with didn't have the necessary New Mexico contractor's licenses to bid or perform the installation work. Were you familiar with that?
No,
Uh,
in the P&M case, no, but we have a contract with Itron, and to my knowledge, it's the only Itron.
well, I'm just wondering,
I would say of our witnesses, Ms. Ramirez will have the most knowledge about the individual contracts with all of our vendors and contractors in the AMS project.
well, let me just ask you generally if whether or not in your regulatory and rate making responsibility that that it would give you pause that a company you were contracting with had to pay a $65,000 fine to the state of New Mexico, I believe Construction Industries, for not having the appropriate licenses while you were considering that particular vendor's bid.
Well, it's certainly something that I would verify before I entered into a contract with them.
But you don't specifically know if Itron's particular circumstance in the P&M case, whether that was considered in the process of awarding them the contract.
In awarding our contract, I
Yep.
would say that we've verified that in the RFP process.
You verified not only that they have the appropriate licenses to do the work here in New Mexico.
Yes, that they can actually satisfy the what we're asking them to do in the AMS project. Yes.
And just so the record's clear, the final order was issued in case number 15-00312 on April 11th of 2018. And in case number 21-00148 UT, the commission issued its order granting Southwest Public Service Company's motion to dismiss without prejudice and closing docket in order to refile updated application on March 2nd of 2022. The reference I made to a March 30th hearing comes from the recommended decision issued in case number 15-00312. And the second paragraph on page 5 says, the March 30th hearing revealed that Itron Incorporated, the contractor P&M planned to use to supply and install the AMI equipment, did not hold the necessary New Mexico contractor licenses to bid or perform the installation work. The Electrical Bureau Chief of Construction Industries Division CID of the State Regulation and Licensing Department, James Kelly Hunt, indicated that he would provide the information to the Criminal Investigation Bureau of CID for further action. The parties then discussed the need for further proceedings to address the legal and factual significance of the license issue and any P&M proposals to resolve it. Further hearings were held on April 24th of 2017 and May 12th of 2017. And P&M's further plan to hire a licensed contractor to install the AMI meters that Itron was unable to install.
I would just offer here that I don't believe, at least with respect to installation, that Itron is doing the installations. They're just selling us the meters.
Okay. Again, just knowing that the commission has information regarding this particular company, I was just asking what consideration, if any, EPE may have had about prior information the commission received about Itron in its decision making.
Understood. And as I said, Ms. Ramirez not only managed the RFP evaluation of the bids and the contract, she also participates in the contracting. So she's the perfect person to ask those questions.
Okay. Then finally, I would just reference on this topic. Page 84 of the recommended decision in case number 15-00312. This is section II, P&M's unlicensed contractor. In the second paragraph of that section, while CID and P&M's contractor subsequently went on to negotiate and resolve the violation, i.e. submitting a bid without the proper license, and the contractor paid a $65,000 fine, P&M issued a further RFP on May 26, 2017 for the installation work. And that's just the first sentence. Okay, so we now have that question. Do you know, Mr. Schistel, is this case in fact El Paso Electric's first request to implement advanced meters?
In New Mexico, yes. We have a sister proceeding in Texas where we have proposed essentially the same project in our Texas service territory.
Yes, sir, but I'm asking whether or not there have been any prior metering proceedings or separately or included as another proceeding here in New Mexico.
Not to my knowledge, and certainly not in my time here at El Paso Electric.
And how long have you been with El Paso Electric?
Since February of 2012.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes.
Okay. No, were you aware of, other than the two proceedings that I've mentioned, any requests by the commission or other cases with regard to this particular topic of advanced metering.
I think I included a reference to a commission statement about advanced metering just recently, but otherwise, no.
Okay. So then you were not aware of case number 06-00391 UT, where the commission directed Public Service Company of New Mexico and other utilities to investigate the costs and benefits of advanced metering.
No, Madam Hearing Examiner, that I'm not aware of that one, and certainly it's before my time here.
Okay.
I apologize, Madam Hearing Examiner. Could you repeat that case number?
06-00391 UT.
Thank you.
And then additionally and specifically, case number 12-00238 UT, Public Service Company of New Mexico was ordered to file a report identifying costs and benefits of transitioning to automated meter reading.
Excuse me, Madam Hearing Examiner, could you repeat that case number again?
12-00238.
Thank you.
Were you familiar with that case, sir? Mr. Schistel?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm not. And I would though make it, and I don't have any knowledge of that case, but I would make a distinction between AMR, if that is what those cases are addressing, meaning automated meter reading, as opposed to what's contemplated here in terms of AMS. And the distinction there is really that AMS in the form we've proposed here, the meters have two-way communications where they can communicate obviously with the company directly in the data, but the company can also communicate with the meter, and in other words, to ask for a meter read. In AMR, that typically is passive from the perspective of the meter. It puts out the data and the company accesses it, say, through what is referred to as drive-by metering, where it isn't necessary to go actually and visually inspect the meter, but you access the data literally by driving by a range of meters. So there is a distinction between AMR and AMS. I'm sure if you wanted to, Mr. Davis could get into that in great detail.
And I'm just asking you, sir, from your perspective, my note does identify that, that the P&M 2012 case was AMR. My note from the 06-00391 to all utilities, my note says AMI. But, I'll let that decision speak for itself. I was just surprised, that, we're looking, 16 years ago, that is the most further back reference that I could find, that the commission had been looking into this. And since you brought it up, you just referenced PUC docket number 52040, docket number 473212607. My understanding is that's before the Public Utility Commission of Texas. And that is in fact your application for advanced metering Is that correct, sir?
Yes,
And that's the case you're referring to?
yes,
And my understanding is that the last document that was filed in that case was an order remanding the proceeding issued on May 3rd, where basically the commission found some issues with your application, even though you had filed a unanimous stipulation, and the commission has remanded, I think I counted 5 issues, has remanded that back. Is that correct?
that's correct. The remand issues all went to variances from rule requirements that we had requested in our original application and then agreed to in the settlement with all the parties. But the commission found that they actually wanted that. They basically rejected the variance requests and then asked the company then to required the company then to satisfy those rule requirements. And that's what we're doing.
And at least one of those variance requests or this order says this is a identified other deficiency in the plan. And it has to do with the AMS deployment plan, including a timeline for the web portal development or integration into an existing web portal. Correct?
Yes, those were 2 separate portions of the remand order. One is the provision of a deployment plan. Our request had been for a variance from that because we hadn't, at the time we filed the application, we hadn't developed the deployment plan yet. They wanted that, which we will be providing, and they also had questions about access on the portal. I think their issues there really had to do with when and how we would make that information available. Obviously, as I said earlier, that's an important part of AMS, so that's understandable.
Well, and I'm, call me selfish, but I want to know how this finding relates to New Mexico, because I've underlined this because I think it's the same claim here in New Mexico, where on page 4 of 6 in the first complete paragraph, about 10 lines down, says El Paso Electric stated the meter data may not be available on the web portal until a certain number of meters in a geographic area have been installed and the communications network is optimized by the communications network vendor. And they want to know that, right?
Yes, I mean, that was one of the issues in Texas. I think,
I want to know that too.
Well, I was going to say since then, I mean, we addressed that directly in the New Mexico stipulation in terms of the customer access to data, and specifically that's and that's becomes an important part of the deployment plan, is that the meters are installed in such a way that you've got communications with the meters being installed. And so I think I say in my rebuttal testimony that you're talking about maybe an additional day beyond the customer data is available to the customer the next day. As the meters are installed, we verify the connections, we make sure all the communications are in place. The additional install period you're talking about in terms of days. Obviously, we need immediate access or close to immediate access to the meter and the meter data, because we have to continue to provide billing services, for example. And so we have that data. Now, the issue in Texas with respect to the rule variance was just about being able to say specifically when that would occur. And I think we've gone beyond that in the stipulation in New Mexico, and it's essentially the same information we'll be providing in Texas.
And I guess it's just to try to clarify my understanding. I understood that part. What the part I didn't understand was it sounded like to me that in order to get to this second part that you're talking about, it sounded as if there had to be a cluster. So when it talks about a certain number of connections, I'm sort of seeing like, just for example, if you, sort of if you lived in a rural area, that you were going to have all your neighbors hooked up to this before you were actually going to reach that trigger, which would cause step 2 to happen. Is that correct or incorrect?
Right. So for the mesh network, at least if the communication is taking place by the mesh network, there are also other ways we can communicate with very remote meters, and Mr. Van Slyke talks about that in his testimony. But yes, in a mesh network, you install meters geographically in the same area so that you build that communication system as you go. It is not, we're not talking about, days and weeks, months delays. We're talking about as you go through this process of installing the meters. And that was really the issue with the deployment plan. And they say very specifically in Texas, a deployment plan that identifies the geographic areas that are being addressed in the implementation, where the meters are going in. That's a extremely detailed process for exactly that reason. You have to install the meters in such a way that you maintain communications with all those meters.
Well, and I misspoke when I said this was the last order in the case. This was the order remanding proceeding. Actually, there is a May 12th procedural order that gives El Paso Electric until the 3rd of August to file that information, correct?
That's correct. That was really a clarification of the required date. The commission, I thought, was pretty clear in the open meeting where they were providing us 3 months to provide that information. There was some misunderstanding, I think, in terms of what that date was. And so that last motion that you identify or filing was to really clarify that EPE has until August 3rd. I expect we'll be filing all of that information this month.
Okay. Sir, let's start out by looking at Exhibit 3, which is your direct testimony.
Okay.
And on page 8, when you're giving the overview of the project, you have indicated that there might be some exceptions to the integration. If the commission approves your project, have you done any projection on how many of these proposed exceptions you might have?
The grid modernization statute specifically addresses transmission voltage customers. We've identified really 2 customers that basically qualify under that exception.
Okay.
And then, of course, we do have customers, street lighting customers or lighting customers who are unmetered. And so those would not be receiving an advanced meter, obviously.
Can't you make them be metered?
Well, I mean, that would require a pretty extensive redesign of the system serving them, because
Okay.
since there's no meter currently in place.
You also projected on page 9 of your testimony, projected completion, if the commission approves this, completion in 2025. Is that still your current time frame?
Yes, it is.
So on page 15, question posed at lines 18 and 19, has the commission promulgated a rule to implement the grid modernization statute? Your answer is no.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Do you have any update to that?
I believe a rulemaking has been opened on the grid modernization statute to promulgate a rule. It wasn't at the time we filed this testimony.
Oh,
I believe that's.
do you know, is EPE participating?
I'm sure we will be. I don't know the status of that rulemaking for grid mod.
And that's here at the commission, or that's somewhere else?
There are quite a few rulemakings opened right now at the commission. I thought I had seen that they were opening a rulemaking on grid modernization. And yes, that's what I was referring to at the commission, at the PRC.
Okay, because I know at page 19 of your testimony, you discuss EP witness Davis's testimony. And you reference the state of New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources having convened a grid modernization advisory group.
Right, that was
tasked
actually
with informing New Mexico's grid modernization efforts.
right. That was actually initiated in 2020, I believe. They were looking at the grid mod statute and what those efforts look like.
Mm-hmm. And what authority over grid modernization or public utilities does that agency have?
I don't believe they have anything. I think we reference your recommendation from them in their evaluation or looking into the grid mod statute, their recommendation that New Mexico utilities invest in AMI.
Well, what expertise in public utility regulation does that agency have?
Well, I don't think their focus was regulatory. I think their focus was substantially technical.
Does El Paso Electric have reporting requirements or under the jurisdiction of that agency?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I'm just wondering, I mean, you cite to this white paper from an agency that doesn't have any jurisdiction over your company, and I'm just wondering why.
Well, because they have done a pretty extensive analysis of the grid mod statute generally, very specific to certain aspects of it, but certainly on advanced metering side. So I think it is reflective and representative of a belief, an informed belief that advanced metering is really probably, at least with respect to grid modernization, is the most important component, perhaps the most important component. We refer to it as foundational, and I think that really refers to the fact that the meter is the foundation for everything else. But it's included here because I think it supports advanced metering in the state, which is obviously consistent with efforts in most other states, all other states.
Well, does the grid mod statute, and just so the record is clear, 62.813 application for grid modernization projects. Does this particular statute give that particular agency jurisdiction to authorize grid mod projects?
Not to my knowledge. There's nothing I say here should be taken as I'm saying that it's been authorized by IMRED.
Because I'm wondering if it does, why didn't you go ask them?
Well, I think it's obvious who has regulatory authority over us and can approve the project.
Okay.
As I said, it's included here because it, I think, rightly supports the notion of advanced metering as being really critical to grid modernization.
Well, did they intervene in this case?
No.
Did you try to get them to intervene on your behalf?
No, I don't believe so.
This white paper that's cited in the footnote 3 on page 19 says that it is a draft version from January 2021. Do you know whether or not there was ever a final version of this document?
I assume there is, but no, I don't know for a fact.
Consider that a bench request, Ms. Olson.
I apologize, hearing examiner. We're having a little bit of trouble with our screen, so I just had my face turned for a second to ask our IT question. Could you repeat the bench request?
Yeah, the bench request is Mr. Schistel cites on footnote 3, page 19. He cites a draft version of a document. I asked him if there was a final version. He assumes there is, but he's not aware of it. So the bench request is, I want to know whether or not there's a final version of that document, and if there is, I'd like to know. I'd like to have it provided.
Okay, hearing examiner, we will look.
Thank you. For clarification purposes, Mr. Schistel, page 23 of your testimony references a modification process of the AMS rider.
Yes.
Specifically, how would any savings be calculated for the prior year period?
So specific to the operation and main O&M savings, operational savings attributable to the transition, those have been estimated. They're described in Mr. Davis's testimony, and then we include them as credits in the determination of the rider as we go forward. So they are estimates of what our O&M both operations and metering services savings are, as we go forward, they're reflected as a credit in the rider each year.
I have questions about the rider process. Is Mr. Hernandez the one I should ask, or should I ask you?
I think you should ask me.
Okay.
And then if I can't answer it, then certainly Mr. Hernandez is available.
Okay. It appears to me from reading the testimony that parties have agreed to what I would characterize as a very cursory review process on the rider. My understanding of the way this rider would work is that El Paso Electric would file its advice notice, have the costs and the credits, I guess, from the prior year, provide notice to the parties in this case, and then upon review, if no one had issues with verifying the costs, that El Paso Electric would then be able, within a short period of time, be able to put the rider in effect. Is that correct?
So looking specifically at what we've agreed to in the stipulation, generally speaking, yes. A couple of the requirements I think that are laid out in the stipulation, obviously, is that the annual cost estimates are what we reconcile around. So each year we'll look back at the prior year. We have our estimated costs for the project in that year. We will identify our actual costs under each of the individual cost components, and then reconcile to those and explain if, for example, and this was a pretty good amount of discussion went on around this in the settlement discussions, is explain any variances around the estimated amounts. And the most obvious one of those is, to the extent you're not keeping up with your meter installations, or you're going faster than expected on meter installations, those costs could be different. And so the assumption is that expenses will look like over the period of the project will be what the total EPE has estimated. And there is a opportunity for ultimately a review of reasonableness of anything that goes beyond, say, the estimated project costs. But the idea here was to be able to update the AMS rider annually. The reconciliation is just one part of that. The more important part, in my opinion, is to actually reflect the cost of meters that have now been put into service. But yes, that's the process on an annual basis.
And while I think both of those are important things, yeah, to me, Mr. Schistel, it looks like a big thing got left out here, and it's called notice. And everybody wants to come in with a rider process, and I'm familiar with rider processes utilized in energy for energy efficiency, right? Under 6217 or 1772, and there's actually publication, and there's notice to customers, and there's a 180-day period that that you can look at something, maps on it. I'm also familiar with the rider process in renewable energy under 6216.4, also 179572. And again, there's a publication, and when I've done these, there's individual notice to the customers. Because, you know, under 17, the number's escaping me, but under the electricity INRAC rules, you know, the customers are entitled to notice when their rates are going to change or they're going to get a new rate. And I don't see anywhere in your process, yours collectively, where you know, where the customers are even going to get notice of this. Did I miss something?
You're talking about, you're referring specifically to notice for each individual advice notice going forward?
I am.
Well, we in our original notice and certainly in our application, we laid out this process under the statute that the way the rider rate making would work. And in the stipulation itself, we lay out the range of charges over the 10-year period as we expect AMS to change over that period of time. But the stipulation does not include with each annual filing a notice period, at least not, I don't believe so. And that was the agreement, I believe, in the stipulation really goes to the company has laid out on an annual basis what it expects the cost to be, and provides how we expect the riders will look as we go forward on a monthly basis in the stipulation. The provisions for updating annually through an advice notice, where we would then update the rate based on that schedule of expenditures in the project, is really in order to keep up with the costs and credits provided in the rider as we go forward. Now that happens, those changes really occur over the implementation period for meter installations, and then stabilizes when we complete the project in 2025.
So basically you're saying that you think one notice is good for 10 years of charges?
I mean, it certainly should be adequate for notice that we now have advanced metering. As to whether or not it's sufficient to then for each annual filing, I mean, I believe so.
Well, I don't know how, I don't, and I don't know how the parties think you can get around 17.1.2.10 application for new rates and the requirement that's always been followed, you know, that there has to be in C2 notice to ratepayers. Every utility seeking a change in rate shall notify the affected customers. You know, the notice to the general public, a utility filing for new rates shall cause notice of the hearing to be published and shall, you know, be provided. So, I mean, I can understand, you know, that you're given notice of this program and you're saying, yeah, this is how much it's going to, you know, it would cost for this and this. But I'm actually talking about the rate that you want in the rider, which again, I understand under 62.8.13, you have the option of, you know, of trying to collect through base rates or, you know, and or the under a rider, you know, but a rider is a rate. And if you want to change that rate, I think you got to give notice.
Well, I won't argue with you on that point. I will say that it seems to me the commission can authorize this mechanism pursuant to the statute to update that rate periodically under the commission authorized costs of the project. You know, that we change our fuel charge every month without notice under an authorized mechanism by the commission. I realize that's a somewhat different animal, but we certainly make changes on on a monthly basis in our fuel charge, for example. So
No, I understand that, but the FPPCAC works differently, and it works in conjunction and or separately with regard to base rates, but okay, well, I just wanted to know if that's what the parties are proposing, and I guess I was correct that that's what the parties are proposing. So we can move on. And I have a feeling it has a technical explanation, and since you're the mechanical engineer, not me, but I'm looking at footnote 4 on page 31. And it says remote connection and disconnection will not be available for customers with service rated at greater than 200 amps or for customers with 3-phase service. Why? I mean, I know above a certain voltage was exempted, but is it because of the way the service is provisioned, or?
it's really related to the power that is passing through the meter.
Okay.
It's an automatic switch as opposed to a manual switch is one way to think about it. And with an automatic switch, you can see doing that at lower ranges of power, but as you get into much higher current, that's where it's problematic.
And just for clarification of the record, I believe I asked in the bench request about whether or not a customer was going to need Wi-Fi in order to be able to utilize the smart meter functions. And I believe the answer is no, but they'd have to have a smartphone, right?
Well, I think that I recall the question in our answer to it. I think I answered it with respect to how the customer can access the portal so that they can see their data. And obviously then internet access in some form is necessary. That means, I guess, and the way I took your question is, would you need to have Wi-Fi within your home in order to do that? Not necessarily but you do have to have some form of interconnection then, whether it's smartphone or access in another location. But it isn't required that you have Wi-Fi or even an interconnection at your home near the meter in order to access it. You can access the information from anywhere as long as you can access the internet and the portal.
And I guess I'm just wondering, because I don't recall seeing any specifics. And perhaps, I mean, I heard your answer to Mr. Harris about customer education function, and I don't know, maybe your answer lies there, but I don't know that I really saw anything specific in your section 7, beginning on page 41, about any specifics that El Paso Electric may be contemplating or actually utilizing with regard to low income community and how they'll be able to better utilize AMI.
Well, there are references in the education plan specific to low income customers. And I really think this though goes broadly to an education plan that ensures that customers understand exactly what they have access to, how they can get it, how to read it, how to use it. And so I think that's very important from the education plan standpoint. And I guess rather than say low income, I think just people who have more of a challenge, an access challenge, say to accessing the data and on the internet is really is probably what we want to make sure we cover in an education. But I think that that's a pretty well established, for us at least, speaking to our customers about all of their opportunities for, say, access to the data. That will be important, though. I definitely agree.
Well, for example, on page 45, you say JS4 is a memorandum of understanding between EPE and the city of Las Cruces. And then you talk about having a virtual stakeholder meeting, with staff, the Attorney General, City of Las Cruces, CCAE, and IMNR. And but my question to you is, what low income groups did you reach out to? Did you reach out to Prosperity Works? Did you reach out to Elder Services, ARP? Any of those type of groups to prior to filing your application?
I don't have a recollection of all the groups that we spoke to prior to, but I think with respect to the education plan, as we go forward after approval, those groups are very important for us to be meeting with. I've met with several of them on other issues, even DG and renewables, because some of those organizations make a very concerted effort to allow, say, low income and low usage customers to access more renewables. But I will say that this stakeholder outreach here refers specifically to what we did in advance of the application. I think that the education plan really goes to then meeting with customers and customer groups to explain advanced metering and the potential benefits of advanced metering and what the services it'll provide going forward.
And just to clarify my references to energy efficiency and renewables, I was specifically looking at the two most recent cases that I had of that type. I was looking at 21-00172, which was an SPS RPS case, and I also looked at 18-00116, which was the EPE energy efficiency case that I had. Do you already have educational materials that you think you could utilize, Mr. Schistel? So, for example, speaking of energy efficiency, I seem to recall in that last case that I just referenced that, there was kind of a targeted school program. Not a good phrase, Elizabeth. A program that was designed especially for school-age children, where there were certain educational materials, and I think it included like a little goodie bag, like, I don't know, like I guess in the prior days, like some CFLs or and different things like that. Because what I remember the testimony being said in your energy efficiency case or in others that I've heard over the years is that if you can educate the young people and get them to buy into energy efficiency and renewables energy, then they're going to be talking to the parents. They're going to be talking, at home and saying, hey, look at these cool things that I got, and here's why we're using them. And I just wondered if whether or not there was any thought that perhaps you could use that education inroad to educate on your smart meters.
I think, yeah, I think you're referring to the SCORE program, and I would say yes. Certainly as it relates to the intersection of advanced metering in energy efficiency and energy efficiency programs. Obviously, having AMS data is going to allow those customers, participants in, say, energy efficiency programs, to really monitor their usage that much more closely and see what the benefits are of what they're participating in. But I absolutely think that that's a terrific inroad to say the education for customers understanding access to the data, because this notion that maybe young people understand technology better than others, and accessing your data and your account through a smartphone might be something that you task to your 13-year-old as opposed to your 40-year-old. But no, we're going to look at, and we are looking at, development of those education materials and all avenues by which we can help customers understand the advanced metering.
And finally, on that particular topic, Mr. Schistel, do you share materials between jurisdictions? Is there, are all the costs for the education, spread, or do you? I understand there might be, I don't know what it would be, but some kind of jurisdictional something. But can both jurisdictions use the same education materials?
Certainly. And generally speaking, we develop most of the things we develop that are applicable across jurisdictions. We have one version. There are obvious differences between the jurisdictions, and so you've got to maybe you have some nuances between the very specific information. But it's the education materials in this sense, at least with respect to the capabilities of the meters and what customers can do, will be very similar, if not the same, across jurisdictions. It's the same meter, it's the same services, hopefully the same range of programs. That's a little different since obviously they have to be approved by two different commissions. But yes, the education materials will be, I would think, very similar across jurisdictions. It's the same system project meters that we're proposing in both jurisdictions.
On another issue that I would characterize as, I believe, has been glossed over by all parties in this case, refers to your testimony on page 18, beginning at lines 8 and 9. The question is EPE required to obtain a certificate of public convenience and necessity? And you answer no. And
Right.
You're claiming that 6291 is not applicable. And I'm assuming you're arguing in the alternative by saying, nevertheless, the proposed project is expected to result in a net benefit to the public as set forth in my testimony and the supporting testimony of other witnesses. Is there anywhere in your testimony or any of the EPE witness testimony where you actually set that apart as a specific topic?
No.
The commuter committee standards or
No.
net benefit, anything like that?
No, the determination internally on the legal side, at least with respect to the statute, was that the CCN requirement doesn't apply in this case. I think prior to the grid modernization statute, I would have argued that it probably does. But again, that would be a non-legal interpretation. But I think under the statute,
come on, you're a regulatory expert. They all give legal testimony.
I would, and so my answer to your question is that the entire application is replete with discussion of the benefits to our customers, not only directly through, say, programs, which I talk a lot about, but also benefits to just the modernization of the grid and the efficiencies. I think that, for example, I'll just name two specifically. The ability to reconnect a customer remotely is hugely important to customers who get disconnected for non-payment. The charge currently to do that is on the order, I believe, of $35 or $40 each time. And we do have a pretty good number of customers who, are disconnected for non-payment and then they need to be reconnected. And so that is an enormous savings for those customers in terms of just pure cost savings. But I think the other potential for enormous savings for customers really has to do with, and Mr. Davis talks a lot about the service restoration after an outage identification and restoration. These meters really make possible very rapid identification of outages, so that the cost can be identified and EPE can make restorations. And it varies between customers, but outages can be extremely expensive for, say, commercial customers. And so that ability to more quickly restore service, which is included in the stipulation as one of the reporting requirements, I believe, I think it is potentially an enormous economic benefit to our system, to our customers.
Okay. This particular issue of CCNs and Water Authority was required under the consideration of AMI, was discussed in case number 15-00312. Ultimately, pretty vehemently argued by some parties, no longer, not in this case, being the instant case, but there are some groups and staff that had definitive positions on this. Ultimately, I do not believe that the hearing examiner felt that there needed to be a determination on that particular issue. Sir, if we can look at Exhibit 4, your supplemental testimony?
Yeah, I don't have that one open yet. Give me 1 second.
Sure. And I've already asked you my questions, so I'm going to start at page 8.
Okay.
And that's where you're talking about customer lines, unit lines 6 and 7, turning specifically to access meter data. Customers are able to access the web portal through any available internet device, either private or public, like libraries or other public sites. So is this just going to be like access to your regular website? Or is it going to be like an app?
Correct. It's an internet access to specifically to a customer information, their customer information on what we call a portal. But yes, essentially through the application, say if it's on the smartphone, or through the company's website on the internet.
Okay, they're gonna have like a password and,
Yes.
okay. Page 10, you're answering the question posed at page 9. And I'm not gonna read the questions gonna have to work on getting my shorter question. And you've answered my cluster question, but I'm specifically looking at page 10, line 1. The vendor selected for meter deployment will work with EPE to determine a schedule that provides EPE access to data for billing purposes and minimizes the period of time between meter installation and when the customer can access their usage data. Is this vendor Itron, or who is this vendor you're referring to?
I'm not sure if Itron is doing, and this is the deployment plan I talked about in terms of geographically identified very specifically where the meter installations occur over time. I'm not sure if the vendor there is specifically our vendor doing the meter installations, Itron, a combination of both, but it's essentially working with our vendors to design the deployment plan. Ms. Ramirez can give you all the information you could possibly want on this subject.
Okay. Do you know when they're going to do this?
So the deployment plan has been substantially developed. That was one of the requirements in the remand order in Texas.
Okay. Okay, because my question is when. It says we'll work with EPE, and I just
Right,
wondered when.
That's been done.
Okay. Let's just look for clarification purposes. I don't want you to think I'm picking on you, but page 11, line 15. You refer to section 62.522. Could you, and then in your body of your answer, you refer to 62.622. It isn't a correct reference 60.2.6.
I'm sorry, 62.622?
Yeah.
Right, that's.
So you have it in the question as 62.5, and in the answer you have it as 62.6.
Right, I think that the original question with respect to this
Had it wrong.
62.522, and
It
that's
was
why I
me.
say, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that was my mistake. On page 12, beginning at line 2, EPE proposes to continue to comply with testing requirements provided in section 62.622 and rule 560, except that EPE would suspend in-service performance tests during the project implementation period. That's all or selected segment of the meters?
It's specifically to suspend that. The in-service testing requirement is basically a multi-year, say over a period of, I think it's 8 to 10 years, test all of your meters essentially, right? And so the notion here was a variance from that as we go through the implementation, because we're replacing all of the meters substantially over, well, I should say all of the meters over that 2 or 3 year period. And so suspend the in-service requirements because you're essentially doing that. You're pulling out meters and replacing them with new meters that have been verified as accurate and operational by the vendor, and then also spot tested by EPE before we put meters in. And so the rationale here was to not be duplicative in testing of the meters until we get through the implementation period, and then you can restart the in-service testing.
Right, and I'm just asking you, is it is it for only those meters that are gonna be replaced? Or are you asking that all of your in-service performance testing be suspended?
All of it, the program to cycle through all the meters until while the new meter installations are occurring. Otherwise, you have sort of conflicting meter installations and removals going on during the implementation period.
But don't you have other kind of meters that aren't going to be replaced?
That aren't going to be replaced?
Right.
Well, those would, there would be no change for those.
Okay, and aren't they on this preventative testing under the rule too?
Well, again, you're talking about an extremely small number of meters. So I don't think the requirement that those particular meters be tested at least once in an 8-year period would be affected by the implementation.
Okay, nor, I seem to also recall reading in testimony, nor would the customer request testing.
That's
correct?
That there would be no change to that.
Okay, on page 13 of your testimony at lines 9 and 10, is it, you testify testing of meters scheduled for replacement is an unnecessary expense with no benefit for customers. Do you know what the failure rate is in those annual tests?
I don't know. I'm sure Mr. Davis could say, but I believe it's very small. If you're talking about specifically the in-service testing.
Does El Paso Electric ever determine an erroneous meter reading on its own? Or do you rely on the customer to report what they think is an erroneous meter reading?
Well, I think anything identified in the in-service testing obviously would be the company identifying, say, meters that are recording outside the allowed error range. Certainly, customers periodically contact us with what they think are, and sometimes are, incorrect meter reads or a problem with the meter. That's pretty rare. So it certainly happens. And as I said, in service testing, that's the whole idea, is to identify meters that need to be replaced, that need to be replaced.
I just didn't know if you had some kind of programming or something in your billing software that if somebody's bill went up like 1,000%, that it went
Well,
you need to check this or something like that.
Well, there is. I mean, but it isn't anything like what we'll be able to do, say, with respect to when having advanced metering. With advanced metering and that data, the data analytics is just that what's available to you in data analytics is extremely expanded. And so you can then analyze, say, what's happening with the meter in much more detail, much more so than you could you got a single read from month to month, where there could be any other number of factors that are affecting of, say, a customer's increase in consumption. The data analytics with AMS are really open up a lot of opportunities for that, identifying problems.
I just know I was at, with my mask on, I was at a big box store, and it came time to renew the subscription fee. And all of a sudden I had somebody run over to me and want to talk to me and try to upgrade my membership because they said I had spent more than last year. And I thought, well, it's not really scary that the cash register is identifying me and I'm having people, try to get more money. And I thought, well, maybe that's what happens with El Paso Electric, that if they see, somebody has spent, a lot more, or used a lot more electricity, that they get flagged for potential problems, but no,
Not currently, but like, as I said,
Okay.
it's an opportunity with advanced metering.
Okay. Let's look at your testimony in support of the stipulation, and other than the 8 bullet points you listed on page 7 and 8, are there any, well, I want to talk to you about bullet point 8, actually. Other than the prior 7 bullet points, are there any other approvals that you're asking for?
Do you mean in terms of the sort of catch-all one at the top
Yes.
of page 8? Not that I can think of right offhand.
Okay, yeah, the catch-all is, I want specifically if there's anything other than page 7 that I need to look at in the catch-all.
No, I don't think so. But in thinking about this, and then your questions about with respect specifically to the annual advice notice for bond, there is a rule, I believe, requiring a 30-day notice and what we're going to provide a 30-day notice under the stipulation to all of the parties to our rate case, which covers everyone in this case as well as others. And then I think there is that requirement. And then there's under the statute, I recall
Which statute?
the grid mod statute
Okay.
itself that requires a review period, a 180-day review period for the advice notice if it's suspended. And I think the goal of the
What
stipulation,
section of the grid mod statute?
I can't tell you the section.
Ms. Olson,
Yes,
consider that a bench request.
the section of the grid modernization statute that identifies the suspension period and the period of
Nope,
time.
I found it. Never mind.
Okay, yeah.
If I told you, Mr. Schistel, that 62.813C a tariff rider proposed by a public utility to fund grid modernization project shall go into effect 30 days after filing unless suspended by the commission for a period not to exceed 180 days. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything further on that?
No.
So, since you brought it up earlier, have you made comparisons between the stipulation in Texas and the stipulation in New Mexico?
Well, there are obvious similarities between in terms of the project. I do think there are supporting similarities between, say, for example, you identified one, which was the data access. There are some pretty significant differences between the jurisdictions just for Texas because of the market in Texas and so some issues related to how information is provided to customers in Texas versus New Mexico. But for the most part, I think the issues are substantially the same. The rate making is a little different in Texas and New Mexico because Texas has a rule that lays it out specifically. It's still a monthly surcharge. It's designed differently in Texas and New Mexico because, as I say, there's a rule in Texas actually spelling out how you design the rider, but it's functionally the same in terms of recovering the project costs. I can't think of any great differences. So there are supporting, I'd say, similarities between the two.
Okay,
Education plan wise, for example, that was an important aspect in Texas. We have that in New Mexico. I think New Mexico focused, and the parties in New Mexico in the stipulation focused more on the development of programs that we included in the stipulation and the schedule for doing that than say we had in Texas. But I mean, we're going to be undertaking the same activity in terms of developing programs across our jurisdictions. But so there are some differences, but they're substantially similar.
okay. And I wanted to ask you, I think I mentioned this actually at the pre-hearing last week. On page 9 of your testimony, beginning at line 19, you testify the negotiations leading to the stipulation started before EPE filed the application and ended with the stipulation. Is that correct?
Yes, that was referring specifically to some meetings we had primarily with the city of Las Cruces to discuss what we were planning with respect to advanced metering. And that was specifically because the city of Las Cruces had gone through its own advanced metering implementation for their water and gas meters, I believe. And so we looked to get some advice and say maybe experience with moving, and that obviously goes specific to the advanced meters themselves, not the regulatory approvals. But so that's what that references to, our meetings with the city.
Okay. And on page 12, you're answering the question posed up on page 11, lines 19 and 20. Does the stipulation violate any important regulatory practice or principle? And you answer no. And my question is, couldn't it be claimed that this is piecemeal rate making?
Well, I think that the statute giving authorization to do cost recovery through a rider, for example, basically authorizes the type of rate making we're doing here. So at least from the perspective of piecemeal rate making in that sense, I would say no. If there were no provision within the statute, there may be an issue, but that was our determination, at least with respect to the statute and what we could propose for a rider rate recovery. Now, the stipulation, as I'm sure you know and can see in the stipulation, there's an expectation amongst parties that cost recovery reverts back to the more traditional base rate cost recovery when we get to a rate case. And so this rate making, say through a rider, is very specifically temporary in the stipulation until you get to a rate case.
And that's why I'm kind of wondering if these expenses and this type of capital expense, O&M, it's sort of like, if these are previously costs that are dealt with in rate case, why shouldn't they continue to be recovered in a rate case?
Well, I think that, I would interpret the one purpose of the grid modernization statute itself and giving that ability to do, say, contemporaneous cost recovery as you make investments in distribution system to in some sense incentivize the utilities to make those improvements, those modernizations in the distribution grid. But I think including that in the statute is very specifically to move utilities in that direction, or at least in one aspect of, say, moving there, and that's cost recovery. It fundamentally becomes very similar once you get to the point where an implementation plan is completed. But I think that the stipulation strikes a really good balance here with respect to cost recovery, especially the way we designed the surcharge itself as it ratchets up, for example, from year to year. In Texas, the surcharge is basically fixed. It reflects all the costs and benefits over the entire term of the project, sort of levelized across the all months. In New Mexico, the rider itself ratchets up as you make meter installations. So it's low in the early years, it ratchets up as we make the meter installations, and it stabilizes when the implementation plan is completed, or the implementation is completed.
And do you see one as being, one cost recovery method being better or worse?
I don't know that I want to characterize one versus the other, especially since Texas might be listening. But I like this. I think what we came to in this rate making on the New Mexico side in the surcharge is really it is beneficial to all the parties. It is, I think, certainly unique. And one aspect of that is, if you think of what we propose here for rate making and what you might do in a sort of traditional rate case sense, customers wouldn't see operational benefits, say savings on the operational side, until you got to the next rate case after you made the investment in the advanced meter. In other words, everything would have to take place. The utility would see cost savings, obviously, as the meter reading, say, services were reduced, but customers wouldn't see those savings prospectively until you got to a rate case. In this case, those savings are actually provided to the customers upfront as we go through the term of the project. So there's a benefit there to the rider in that respect.
Okay. And I'm sorry, sir, I don't recall your answer. So I'm going to ask the question again, just so I make sure I have it in the record. Has anything that's gone on in this case changed the implementation time period, or do you still expect to complete the project through 2025?
Yes, we still expect that completion will be in 2025. You did ask me.
I couldn't remember your answer.
Yes.
Okay. So some of these supply chain concerns, et cetera, at least at this point, are not filtered out to that.
That's correct. Supply chain is a concern everywhere. It seems to have gotten to that point, but I have not heard that we have those type of concerns with this project at this point.
Okay. And is it my understanding of your testimony that you'd be filing the advice notice for the rider in January of every year?
By the end of January. So let's say February 1st. In other words, in order to do the reconciliation, to have time to see all the actual costs incurred, we give ourselves a month to do the reconciliation and then file the advice notice the 1st of February.
Sir, if we can look at your I believe it's El Paso Exhibit 2, which is your rebuttal testimony.
Okay,
Okay, and I'm on page 11, and I'm looking at lines 3 through 6, which says information regarding the hourly output of the solar generation interconnected with EPE grid will also allow for development of new programs designed to compensate customers for the value they actually bring to the system, which is valuable to DG customers and non-DG customers. Can you clarify for me what you're referring to when you say the value they actually bring to the system? What does that mean?
sure. So if you think about what we have today from DG behind the meter, we basically have what the rec meter tells us is the system produced 300 kilowatt hours in the month. We don't know when they were produced, specifically at what capacity the system was producing. And that's really important information with respect to what's happening during our peak. So to the extent we can identify generation resources available on the grid during the peak period, you could potentially say, you know, some solars or some customer generation is very valuable to the grid because it's producing at peak, as opposed to more off peak. And that really has to do with attributes of the solar facilities. But that's what I'm referring to specifically there, is then you will know, in the same way we'll know in terms of customers' consumption, when they're actually consuming and at what level. From production, it's very valuable to know when that generation is producing specifically, at what hour, for example, and at what capacity it's producing.
So this current production meter doesn't provide that information?
No, it only provides the total kilowatt hour output of the generator over the measurement period, in most cases just the billing cycle.
Okay, so when you were answering Mr. Harris's questions earlier about one being a rec or production meter and the other being a bi-directional meter, neither of those meters currently provides information other than at a selected interval, 30 days or whatever, of data.
That's correct. That the information provided to the company from those meters is just those cumulative energy output in the case of the rec meter, or consumption and export in the case of the billing of the customer's billing meter. It's just total monthly amounts.
And El Paso Electric proposes to, it's got more than one type of smart meter?
No, in this case, the same meter would be used to replace both of those meters in the case of the DG customers.
So they don't have to have two new meters, they just have to have one.
No, there's two new meters to replacing the two old meters.
Okay, so they do have to have two new meters.
Correct.
But one does one thing and one does something else.
That's right. The house meter records energy that we supply to the customer, and it also records energy coming out of the customer side. And really what that reflects is the difference between what the solar production is, what the solar facility is producing, and how much the customer is consuming. And so there'll be export from the customer if their solar is producing more than they need at any particular time. That energy is exported to our system, and the meter records that. But again, it only records that on a total basis. It adds it all up, and that's what we receive from the meter is the total amount.
Okay. All right, very well. Mr. Schistel, thank you. That's the questions that I had for you.
All right, thank you.
And I believe now it would be appropriate. I've got 12:30 for us to have our luncheon hour. So if we can, I think an hour is enough, and unless I hear somebody say no. I propose that we come back at 1:30, and if there's any redirect or any recourse based on my questions or redirect, I'll give parties an opportunity to do that in keeping with the no friendly cross restriction. Okay, let's take it out.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Getko.
Yeah, Andrea Crane, our first witness, isn't available after 1:30 p.m. today. That went into the scheduling, and
Okay,
so it's just for all of us to be aware that, we may get through EP witnesses and then things may change a bit because she won't be available.
she'll be available tomorrow.
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
she and Courtney Lane will be both of our witnesses.
Okay, very well.
Right.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We're recessed until 1:30. And parties should remember that the YouTube's going to stay on, so you might want to mute and or whatever you need to do. Okay. Allison, are we doing okay on as far as volume and ability to speak clearly today?
Everyone is doing just fine, thank you.
Excellent. Haven't seen any animals crossing the path yet. Oh, we might see one. Two. I'm at the office, so only two-legged ones I've seen so far. I was at a training a few weeks ago, well, on Zoom, and it was kind of a informal presenter, and his cat actually walked across his shoulder. You know, I think all the people on the training laughed. We thought it was great. Broke up the subject matter, I think, for a little while. Okay, let's find the cursor. There we go. All right. Has anybody got anything procedural before we come back to our evidentiary portion?
I do, hearing examiner. This is Kara Lynch.
Yes, Ms. Lynch.
Excuse me, excuse me, are we on the record?
No, not
Thank
yet.
you. I have a meeting that I need to attend from 3 to 4. I was wondering if you could grant me excusal from the hearing at that time.
Yes, subject
Okay.
to the fact that if you miss your turn in questioning, I don't know that you have questions, but that's the only provision. Okay.
Okay. And then
Okay.
I'll also need to be excused tomorrow morning from maybe 9 to 11 because I have a doctor's appointment.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Again, same provision. You miss any questioning, or if we decide, I don't know that the hearing will be complete tomorrow morning, maybe. You would miss out on any post-hearing writing date determination.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
And your background, it looks like you're in the snow.
That's Rocky Mountain National Park
Aha.
in the spring. So yes, there would still be snow on the mountains.
Send it this way, please.
Okay.
Very well. Okay. I think if we don't have anything else procedural, we can go back. We recessed for luncheon, and I thought I was had finished asking questions of Mr. Schistel, but then I remembered one. So Mr. Schistel, you're still under oath, sir. And I just wondered if you can, I had looked back through primarily your testimonies. Is in the past, utilities have provided like a little summary of their number of repairs and, for dual utilities, dual jurisdictional utilities like yourself, just, what your service area was in New Mexico. And I couldn't find that. And I find that really helpful to include at the beginning overview, especially just to refresh for the commissioners, or we have, a new one. Can you provide me with that information generally?
Sure. And you were saying that I was just thinking about the one that though immediately came to mind is what we provide in the rate case in terms of, how many customers, size of the service territory, all that business. So we certainly could provide that to you.
So if I went back and looked at your most recent rate case, what did we decide that was?
2104.
That there's going to be something like that. Has it changed much since then?
Certainly not number of customers, service territory. No, I mean, it's pretty much the same. Now, if there's things in there that you think, information that you would like, I'm sure we could supplement it. But I was just thinking that was when you were talking about us including that kind of information, that's the one I was thinking of. So maybe that one might be sufficient for you.
And I guess I had just gone back to the last one I did, which has been a number of years, and I couldn't find the executive summary when I was looking, but it was late yesterday. So yeah, I'll just take. Well, let me ask: Does anybody have any objection to me? Oh no, I don't want to do it that way. Consider it a bench request, Ms. Olson, just to again. I just want a general explanation of EPE's service territory in New Mexico, including counties / cities, and a breakdown generally of their customer numbers with if you have a characterization of something like X percentage are residential. It doesn't have to be real long. It could just be a couple of sentences. It's just something I'd like to include in the recommended decision / certification of stipulation in the background section. I think you've seen recently that, we're providing a summary at the beginning. And it's just nice to have that information. So,
Of course.
Okay. With that, any redirect, Ms. Olson?
Madam Hearing Examiner, the company, I have no redirect for Mr. Schistel.
Okay. All right. Mr. Getko, any questions for Mr. Schistel?
No.
Ms. Stevens? You're on mute.
I'm trying. No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Lynch?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Mr. Black?
No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, sir.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Mary Lee Souls.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped you, Ms. Souls.
And I actually do have a question.
Okay. Very well. I apologize.
Thank you.
My finger covered over your name on my list. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Schistel.
Hello, good afternoon.
When you were responding to the hearing examiner's questions, there was one point you were discussing the benefits to the New Mexico ratepayers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And one of the things you addressed was a customer who has been disconnected for non-payment and then reconnected, and the fees for that. And that because that will then be done remotely with the new metering, that there was a significant savings opportunity. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And am I correct that El Paso Electric is proposing revisions to rate number 15 to address the opt-out charges? Is that also correct?
Yes.
And is rate number 15 where the charges for reconnect for non-payment are also itemized?
Yes.
Are you proposing changes to that?
Not in this proceeding, no. That would be in a rate proceeding.
And was that addressed in the stipulation, the proposed stipulation?
I'm sorry, what addressed?
future changes to rate number 15, the miscellaneous charges, where the reconnect charge is itemized?
Yes, I believe in the stipulation, we've agreed to look at all of the miscellaneous charges in light of the data that then will be being provided, I think within 18 months. And certainly that I think it was focused on the opt-out charges, to potentially update those charges if we're based on what we're actually seeing in terms of opt-out. But then I would include as well any of the other charges, obviously, that were affected by the availability of the AMS.
So is it correct then that until that future filing and request for changes to rate number 15, that those kinds of benefits, such as lower costs for reconnect, will not accrue to ratepayers until that happens? Is that correct?
No, I mean, taking that one specifically, a customer with advanced metering where we have the remote reconnection capability, where we don't have to send a company personnel to go and manually reconnect service at the meter, that charge won't apply.
So even though rate number 15 is in place, are you saying that you would not actually utilize it in the event of a reconnect after disconnect?
Not for an AMS customer who has the remote disconnect. Over that period, there will still be customers who haven't received the AMS meter yet. And certainly for opt-out customers, those charges would continue to apply for, say, reconnect. But in the instance of where, in order to reconnect service, we simply have to utilize that functionality of the advanced meter, no, that charge would not apply for reconnect.
All right, one final question. Does that mean that the miscellaneous charges that are itemized in rate number 15 are at the discretion of the utility?
Generally, I would say no, but in this one in particular, the charge itself is for a visit to the customer's home for purposes of reconnecting the meter. I think in that instance, since that field activity didn't occur, we wouldn't apply the charge.
And one final question. Therefore, once an advanced meter is installed, is it reasonable to conclude that any of these charges, if they don't involve that actual field activity, would mean no charge to the customer?
That's the only one I can think of. And certainly the opportunity to relook at those and, at an 18 months or ultimately in a rate case gives us that opportunity to reevaluate any miscellaneous charges that no longer apply, or which the cost basis for which have changed, or any new miscellaneous charges for that matter. I mean, we do have that opportunity built into the stipulation. And then obviously when we're in a rate case as well.
Thank you, Mr. Schistel. That's all.
Mr. Schistel, have you planned out when your next rate case is going to be?
No, ma'am, we have not.
And it's been a number of years since I actually had to think in great depth about disconnects, but is the connect and disconnect function of these advanced meters equivalent to the personnel coming out and doing whatever they do to the meter to connect or disconnect?
No, with the advanced meters, I mean, one aspect of the advanced metering is the ability to connect service or disconnect service remotely. So we send we send the two-way communications. We communicate with the meter to essentially disconnect electric service or reconnect electric service. In the case of existing meters, it requires an actual physical visit, field visit by EPE personnel to disconnect the meter, physically disconnect the meter. So it's a very different process.
But being able to connect or to turn on or turn off with an advanced meter either initiates or terminates the service, right?
Well, not necessarily. It doesn't terminate service. So, for example, certainly connecting, new service, initiate service. Disconnecting for non-payment doesn't disconnect, permanently service to the customer. It just stops electric service to the meter until payment or other arrangements are made, and there's a reconnection. But it doesn't close the account, for example, if that's what you were asking.
No, I'm just trying to think about it, the actual physical act in terms of the customer, getting service from El Paso Electric, say in an existing, apartment building. And so somebody moves in and they want service with El Paso Electric. Can El Paso Electric turn that service on with the AMI?
Yes.
And say then that person is leaving that apartment building. Can El Paso Electric discontinue that person's service through the advanced meter?
Yes.
Okay, so in either of those instances, you don't have to send somebody out.
That's correct.
Okay. But in order to do that with someone who doesn't have a smart meter, you'd have to send somebody to that apartment building.
Well, apartments can be a little different because the service can basically just be transferred to, say, the apartment owner. But for the most part, to disconnect or reconnect for customers, where there isn't immediately someone else picking up the service, yes, you send personnel to disconnect the meter. That's why it's one of the major, at least operationally, cost savings related to the meters is we don't have to send someone to physically visit the meter for connects and disconnects.
Right, and I guess I'm just trying to figure out or equate turning it on and off. Is that the same as connecting it or disconnecting?
Yes.
Okay, so then basically the person that your technician that goes to the meter is turning it off at the meter.
That's correct. They're turning off service at the meter.
Okay, thank you. Very well. Mr. Harris, any redirect or I'm sorry, recross?
Yes, ma'am. I have a few questions. Before lunch, the hearing examiner asked you a question. I can't quote it directly, but I believe your answer was, quote, "I don't believe Itron is installing the meters," unquote. Do you remember that, Mr. Schistel?
Yes.
Who is installing the meters?
We have, I believe, a contract with the vendor to do the actual meter installations. I can't remember. I'm certainly, I know that Ms. Ramirez can tell you the name of the contractor, but I can't recall it. And I can't recall if it's in testimony anywhere, but she can certainly provide it.
Can you, and if you can't, that's no problem, but of course, can you confirm that it's a New Mexico business or vendor?
I don't know.
Okay. And then getting back to this, the nitty gritty of the disconnect. I have a basic layman's understanding of electricity, and I conceive of it as flowing over a circuit. Would you say that's an accurate layman's conception?
Sure.
And so to interrupt service or to cut it off, you need to interrupt the circuit. Is that correct?
Yes.
How does the Itron meter physically interrupt the circuit feeding a ratepayer?
I think you'd need to address that to Mr. Davis or Van Slyke.
Okay. And I think it's pretty intuitive to understand that not having a truck roll could result in cost savings. How will those cost savings flow to the ratepayer?
Well, obviously the operational savings that we've identified that are reflected in the AMS rider, those are calculated based on that estimation of what we won't have to do in terms of operationally. With respect to the savings attributable to, say, not having to do a field visit for a reconnect after non-payment, that's the cost of those are recovered to the miscellaneous service charges, which basically means that if we don't incur the cost, we don't recover the revenue associated with the charge. The savings there go directly to the customers not having to pay, those customers that need to have a reconnect, for example, after non-payment, of not having to pay that miscellaneous service charge.
And those miscellaneous service charges are going to be addressed in a rate case, but we don't know when.
Well, the miscellaneous service charges today were last updated, in effect today, were last updated in our last rate case. So they were updated last year. The stipulation specifically addresses looking at miscellaneous service charges, again, primarily the opt-out fees, 18 months from now, or 18 months from the order, when we have more information about exactly where we're at in the implementation and any kind of additional information that we then have in terms of implementation. And then the obviously I referenced a future rate case. That's where miscellaneous service charges are reevaluated and reset in the normal course of rate making.
So it seems like, and maybe I'm incorrect, but you can confirm, is there going to be a gap between the installation of the Itron and when the ratepayer may see some savings on their bill?
No, because as I was saying earlier, the operational cost savings attributable to no longer having to do meter reading, as that goes away with the installation of AMS, that's already reflected in we estimated those, and those cost savings are reflected in the AMS rider. With respect to a charge for reconnect or disconnect, reconnect, as I said, in response to Ms. Soul's question, if a customer needs to be reconnected and because they have an advanced meter, no longer requires a field visit, then they won't pay for a field visit. So they'll see those savings immediately.
And there's language to that effect in the stipulation?
I don't think specific to that particular aspect. I make that association simply because miscellaneous service, especially that miscellaneous service fee is designed specifically around a field visit. No field visit occurs for reconnection, then there's no basis for a charge and we wouldn't charge it.
But if it's not in the stipulation, where could we find that in writing?
Yeah, as I said, I don't believe that specifically is in the stipulation.
Okay. Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Schistel.
Thank you.
Well, and just for clarification purposes, the discussion of the subcontractor is referenced in Ms. Arizpe supplemental pages 6 and 7.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe then, Mr. Schistel, barring the two bench requests associated with you, you're excused, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner, just for convenience sake, could I bring up the issue of EPE Exhibit 16? It's a copy of the Yellowbird Discovery that my client provided. I haven't seen it discussed in anybody's testimony. I kind of thought that Mr. Schistel would introduce that and explain why it's being offered into the record. But I'm just hoping that we could get some clarity on Exhibit 16.
I don't believe, I think it's a potential cross-examination exhibit, isn't it, Ms. Olson?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. Those are answers that are sworn to by Mr. Bacchus, so the only person that could testify to those answers is Mr. Bacchus.
So does EPE intend to use that as a, to refresh recollection?
Mr. Harris, I believe we'll get to this on cross-examination, but similar to testimony, I believe Mr. Bacchus can potentially be cross-examined on any testimony or sworn statements he's made. And so that is the intent of that.
Yeah, so it's not an APE direct exhibit, Mr. Harris. It's a potential cross-examination exhibit, which I had the parties identify just so that people would have them in advance.
Thank you. It's been almost a decade since I've done this type of hearing.
Okay. Thank you. You're excused, Mr. Schistel. And Ms. Olson, you have another witness.
I do, Madam Hearing Examiner. El Paso Electric Company calls its next witness, Mr. Tracy Van Slyke. And if you'll give us just a second, I think we're still in COVID protocol to wipe down the room and switch the witnesses.
Okay. Hello there, Mr. Van Slyke.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Ms. Olson?
Mr. Van Slyke, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Get to write the exhibit. Good afternoon, Mr. Van Slyke. Can you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Tracy Van Slyke, Tracy Vanslyke.
And Mr. Van Slyke, what is your current position with EPE?
I am Senior Director of Operational Technology at El Paso Electric.
Do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit 5?
I do.
And do you recognize this as your testimony in support of the unopposed comprehensive stipulation?
I do.
And was that stipulation testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Is the stipulation testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
If you were asked these same questions today, would you give these same answers under oath?
I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 5, the testimony of Mr. Tracy Van Slyke in support of unopposed comprehensive stipulation.
Any objection to what's been identified as El Paso Electric Exhibit 5, Mr. Van Slyke's testimony in support of the stipulation? Hearing no objection, EPE 5 is admitted.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Olson?
Mr. Van Slyke, do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 6?
I do.
And do you recognize this as your rebuttal testimony in support of the stipulation?
I do.
And was your rebuttal testimony prepared or drafted by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Is the rebuttal testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
And if you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 6, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Van Slyke in support of the unopposed comprehensive stipulation.
Any objection to what's been identified as EPE Exhibit 6, Mr. Van Slyke's rebuttal testimony in support of the stipulation? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 6 is admitted.
EPE.
Sorry, EPE's Exhibit 6.
Thank you. And Mr. Van Slyke, do you have before you what's been previously marked as EPE Exhibit 7?
I do.
And do you recognize that as your direct testimony filed in this case?
I do.
And was the direct testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
If you were asked these same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 7.
Any objection to what's been identified as EPE Exhibit 7, Mr. Van Slyke's direct testimony filed with the application? Hearing no objection, EPE 7 is admitted.
And finally, Mr. Van Slyke, do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 8?
I do.
And do you recognize that as supplemental testimony you submitted responding to the hearing examiner's bench request?
Could you ask that question again?
Do you recognize that as your supplemental testimony submitted in this case in response to bench requests from the hearing examiner?
Yes, I do.
And was this supplemental testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 8, the supplemental testimony of Mr. Van Slyke.
Any objection to Mr. Van Slyke's supplemental testimony identified as EPE Exhibit 8? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. That's our last piece of testimony for Mr. Van Slyke, and so I'd offer him for cross-examination.
Very well. Mr. Getko, any
No, I-
questions for Mr. Van Slyke?
No, I do not have any questions for Mr. Van Slyke.
Very well. Ms. Stevens, any questions for Mr. Van Slyke?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling as always to get the unmuted, but no, I have no questions for Mr. Van Slyke.
Very well, thank you. Ms. Souls, questions for Mr. Van Slyke?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Black, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, any questions for Mr. Van Slyke?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Van Slyke.
Good afternoon.
Could I, first of all, I wanted to just get some more clarity about your title of operational tech. What falls under the heading operational?
Operational technology is those technologies that directly affect the electric system. So control systems for the SCADA systems for transmission, automatic generation, the network systems that connect all of our substations and our power generation stations, and the cybersecurity for those systems.
So would it be, first of all, an acronym of it? You mentioned the acronym SCADA. Just for the record, could you spell that out, please?
I'm sorry, that's Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, SCADA.
So would it be fair to characterize your work as requiring both knowledge and experience in software-driven technology, as well as more standard, what we might call nuts and bolts technology?
I'm not understanding the question. I do have experience in software.
You do have experience in software.
Yes.
Writing it, configuring it, installing it? Could you be a little more specific?
So over my years in the industry, I've written software, I have installed software, I have developed software, and I've also procured software.
29 years with EPE, that's a long run.
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn to Exhibit 7, please?
Yes.
And on page 3 of your exhibit, your testimony, rather, page 3 of the testimony is page 6 of the PDF reader.
Okay.
And then, are you there now, sir?
I am there.
Thank you. So if you look at line 5, you see the phrase technical components.
Yes.
Were you in the room when I was asking Mr. Schistel, your colleague, about how certain things need to be combined to capture the full functionality of this AMS proposal?
I was listening to the testimony, yes.
Okay, so would you agree that these four things you've listed, I'm sorry, three things, the actual physical meter, the communications network, and the meter data management system, they all need to be combined?
They are part of this project, and that's what allows us to read and provide the information that we need to get.
Do you have to combine them before you can get that information?
So in order for us to get the information all the way to the customer and to for El Paso Electric to use the data, we have to have the meter and the communication network and the head-end system. And then the meter data management system that allows EPE to manage the data that comes in from the meters.
Could you access this media? I'm sorry, could you access this data if any one of those three things you listed there were missing?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you've got, okay, let's walk through the advanced meter. That's a physical box. It's a physical thing that allows electricity to flow through. Presumably there's a physical switch that would interrupt the circuit, but there's also software in there.
Yes.
And there's the same mix of physical components and software in a communications network and a head-end system. And as what I read later on, and we'll get to that in more detail, but your meter data management system is essentially different types of software working together.
Yes.
And so the customer benefits that have been listed extensively in numerous EPE witness testimonies, to get that data and to enjoy the full benefits of it, do these three things all have to be working together?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, further down on that page at line 18, you mentioned other AMS components.
Yes.
Could you give us an example of these components?
I think I list them above. It's the three. It's the communications network, the head end, and the meter data management system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, at page 4, you mention various types of data that will become available to customers. Are you aware of the company conducting any sort of study or analysis to see what ratepayer demand is for this data?
I'm not. That would be some one of my other witnesses.
Understood. Could we turn to page 5, please, of this same exhibit?
Okay.
And at lines 7 and 8, you discuss the ability to upgrade minimum features. Could you expand on that phrase, upgrade minimum features? What are the features you're discussing there?
So these meters have the ability to communicate with the head-end system. They have configuration on alerts and alarms, and there may be new features down the road that would be deployed to these devices. And they also may have firmware upgrades due to a software bug or something. So they can be upgraded over the air to these devices.
Every firmware upgrade can be done over the air?
Yes.
Is that included, if you know, Mr. Van Slyke, in the proposed cost for this project? Or would these potential features and or upgrades be a cost that's not included in the project?
It kind of depends on the feature. If it's additional functionality that's not included, it could be an additional cost. Firmware upgrades for patches, security patches for software bugs, those are included in the O&M charges.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Now, again, I'm a layman. I'm not a rechargeable battery or a firmware update expert. But just help me understand. I own an electric bike, and occasionally I take it in for firmware updates. They say they can't be done over my cell phone. But this Itron meter is different, and you can tell us here today that there will be no need to roll trucks to do additional upgrades in the future as new technology develops.
For these meters, that's the case, yes.
Thank you.
And let me just caveat that. If there is a problem communicating with the meter, somebody would have to obviously go in and investigate that. But other than that, they would be available over there.
And
And
is it,
your primary, I'm sorry.
just one second. Now, is this upgrade and this ability to upgrade, is that related to what you say on page 5 is the communication network radio frequency communication?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Well, and that leads into your testimony at page 19, I'm sorry, at line 19 and 20 of the same page. Further down that page, you mentioned the 902 to 928 megahertz band.
Yes.
Are you there?
I'm there.
And do you agree that this is what's known as an unlicensed short range frequency band?
It is unlicensed, yes.
And are you familiar with the FCC regulations governing its use? Just in general.
In general, yes.
Okay. Because later on in your testimony, you talk about the speeds and and here I'm at page 6, lines 5 through 6. You talk about variable speeds and how that might impact the distance this signal can travel. Let's say, first of all, what speeds are you referring to?
The link speeds between devices.
Between the Itron residential meter and the next antenna on the mesh network you've described?
It could be that or the access point antenna or a relay antenna, yes.
Is the access point antenna included in what EPE is charging for the Itron meter?
The meter itself has everything contained. If it needs an extension because it's in the hard to hear or needs some kind of a modification, that's included in our estimate as well.
But you mentioned
wait a second. Your estimate for the project cost or your proposed meter cost?
The project cost.
Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
You mentioned the acronym AP. That means access point, correct?
Yes.
And what is an access point?
So the meters talk on this radio frequency network, and they'll talk meter to meter. But at some point, you have to have a takeout point. You have to take that back to the head-end system. An access point allows you to take all that meter information and bring it back to the head-end system. It's that takeout point is the access point.
And where is that radio that you mentioned contained? Where is it physically located?
It most likely be located on a pole somewhere, an El Paso electric pole. Or there are in some areas where we have small numbers of meters, we may have, or a hard to hear location, we may have a cellular access point on the meter itself. And that's described in my testimony.
Yes, I'm just seeking some clarification. It's rather complicated technical jargon. But there has to be a radio in the Itron meter. Is that correct?
Yes.
To communicate with the one on the EPE poles?
Yes.
Okay. So can you discuss the throughput of these radio signals? How many megabits of data or gigabits of data can they transmit?
They're not on the megabit or gigabit range. They're in the kilobit range.
The kilobit range. And so I'm assuming through some sort of software intelligence, they have the ability to increase or decrease this throughput, the speed, if you will, of the signal?
Yes.
And that's based on how much distance the signal needs to cover?
Yes.
And is this when planning the precise locations of your AP antennas in relation to the individual meters, is this planning work that EPE will conduct or the third-party vendor?
It's the third-party vendor. They know their system, and so they're designing the network with our review.
And that's Itron, right?
Correct.
And Itron is based in Washington State or in Texas?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Is it in New Mexico? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay. Are you aware of any other networks that might provide this functionality that Itron is offering?
Yes, we looked at them in the RFP process.
Can you give an example of one without violating any confidentiality? Or
I'm not clear on this question.
Okay. Did you examine, when you were drafting the RFP, did you examine using the existing cellular network, for example?
We asked multiple vendors to apply the RFP. I don't know that I'm the right person to answer this question.
Maybe it's Ms. Azripi. Okay, could we turn to page 8, please? And at line 17 through 19, you talk about evaluating additional grid modernization tools. Do you see where we are?
No, could you tell me the page again?
Sure, it's page 8.
I'm on 8.
And then lines 17 through 19.
Okay.
Now I gotta get there. Okay, yes, we're talking about what the future holds, which is the point of this whole exercise. Could you discuss what additional grid modernization tools to implement EPE's longer-term goals, to the extent they're within the scope of this proceeding?
I think I described one of them in the next example, and that's an advanced distribution management system.
Could you describe that right now or just summarize what it is?
Distribution management is a system for managing devices on feeders. And it allows, the advanced distribution management also includes an OMS or an outage management system. And
But is
allows,
that part of the, would that be part of the current functionality when the Itron is installed?
when the Itron is installed, we intend to provide information back to the OMS, such as service outages and service reconnection.
Okay, so that seems like it's a current, it's a current tool for grid modernization.
The OMS is, yes.
I'm looking for an example of a future tool that might come down the pike that you read about.
The advanced distribution management system allows to take that information about meters and to use advanced applications to calculate locations of outages and further information. I would like to defer that to maybe Mr. Davis.
Fine, yes. At page 9 of your testimony, you start a discussion about cybersecurity. And for purposes of this discussion, would you accept that cybersecurity at least incorporates data security?
Yes.
Would cybersecurity also incorporate the ability of third parties to configure or otherwise manipulate the Itron grid?
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't understand the question.
Would it help if I said unauthorized third parties?
Could you ask the full question again, please?
Would cybersecurity incorporate the concept of protecting against unauthorized third parties from reconfiguring or otherwise manipulating the Itron meter?
Yes.
Could you go into more detail about that, please?
Well, I think I've described in my testimony all of the different pieces of the cybersecurity program that protect against unauthorized access.
Okay. Would you say cybersecurity is a core function of El Paso Electric?
I would say cybersecurity, we take it very seriously at El Paso Electric, yes. We're a critical infrastructure and we take it very seriously.
Well, of course. Would you say it's a core function of what EPE does?
I would say that we take it very seriously.
Are you aware of any other vendors that provide cybersecurity?
Am I aware of other vendors that provide cybersecurity?
Yeah.
There are many that provide cybersecurity consulting, tools, software, yes.
And will EPE be looking to, let me withdraw that, excuse me. What expertise is EPE going to bring to bear on this cybersecurity? In-house resources or third-party resources?
So we use both. So part of our process is we have internal procedures and processes that we perform cybersecurity. And then we also, on a regular basis, call in third-party experts to review our networks and review our vulnerabilities to make sure that we can improve our cybersecurity posture. And we will do the same with this.
On page 9, are we still on page 9 or? Yeah, we're still on page 9. You mentioned software as a service, as a particular type of environment versus an on-premise type of environment. Now, when you say environment, is it fair to assume you're discussing the choice of software and where that processing actually occurs?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
When you say environment, is it fair to say that you were referring to where the processing of the software conducts occurs?
Yes, software as a service environment is different than on-premise.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. So can you explain the difference between these two environments?
So our systems have been mostly on premises or at our data centers. And this is newer technology that's being delivered from a data center remote to El Paso Electric. And that offers challenges because we have to make sure that they are meeting standards and that they're managing their systems via cybersecurity. And as part of our RFP process, we included that they meet cybersecurity standards and that they provide SOC 1 and SOC 2 type reports to us to make sure that they're managing those controls.
Would you say that this flood of new data we can anticipate from Itron? And let me strike that, not flood of new data. Can we just say this new data that EPE is significantly different from what we've had before?
It's significantly more data than we've had on the meters before, yes.
Now, could you change to or advance to page 13 on this same exhibit, please? Are you there?
Not yet, hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Talking about implementation
Yes.
of these AMS projects. At line 8, you say that EPE does not anticipate having to change existing policies and procedures. And you'll continue to review. It seems to me that the two statements you just made, that you're not anticipating any changes, but that you're anticipating an enormous new quantity of data, they seem contradictory to me. Could you square these two statements for me, please?
Well, I think cybersecurity has linchpins and they have the steps that you take to keep your system secure. And as I mentioned in my previous testimony, there's several areas that we include in managing the cybersecurity of these systems. And we expect our vendors to do the same and include that in the procurement.
So does that mean there won't be any changes, or there will be changes?
As we're working through the project, if there are changes that need to happen, we will make those changes.
And will the costs for them be captured in a future rate case?
We don't anticipate that the policies and procedures will be that extensive. But they would be included in the project costs.
And no matter what they are, high or low, would they be captured in the next rate case? This may not be your area of work.
I would defer that to somebody else.
Okay, thank you. Finally, on page 13, line 13, you mention both Itron and Oracle's service organization control. And there's apparently 1 and 2 different SOCs.
Yes.
Could you define what a service organization control is?
So the service organizations will contract with other entities to audit their controls. SOC 1 is the financial type controls, and SOC 2 is the compliance with their operations, so cybersecurity type controls.
Does this protect the investment that EPE has made in its new firmware or hardware and software?
It's a portion of it.
Does it do anything to protect a ratepayer from unauthorized manipulation of the meter?
What this gives us is reasonable assurance that they are managing their controls as they're laid out and as they should. There's also, as I discussed, they do their own penetration testing. They do their own, and other companies do their own penetration testing or vulnerability assessments of their systems as well. So it's just a piece of it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Mr. Harris.
I'm losing my battery here. In any event, Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions.
Okay, I would just caution you, sir, to watch your language.
Please excuse me. That was an oversight. I thought I was cut off.
And I guess, Mr. Van Slyke, we can start there, because I also, in addition to Mr. Harris, I have questions, and was hoping for a little more explanation on what these things mean. It's not that I'm questioning EPE's approach in its cybersecurity program. I'm just trying to understand what all these things are. So, and why you would choose them. So, for example, I think you discussed with Mr. Harris at pages 9 and 10, describe the program, and you're like, well, I listed it in my testimony. It's like, well, yeah, I could read that, on page 10, it's like, well, EPE's existing cybersecurity requirements include cybersecurity policies. Well, that doesn't tell me much, Mr. Van Slyke. You say at lines 5 and 6, EPE cybersecurity program follows a defense in depth approach and encompasses the finding elements. So you list them, and people, policy, and procedures. Well, telling me you have a component that's people, policy, and procedures doesn't tell me how that helps EPE. Number one, it doesn't tell me what it is. And number two, it doesn't tell me how it assists EPE in cybersecurity. So I'm hoping you might have a little more specific application of the components and why they're important.
So maybe I can discuss people, policy, procedures. This is how we train our employees and make sure that they have cybersecurity awareness, that they, that we tell them they need passwords and how to build passwords. And we talk to them about clicking on links and emails and protecting the systems. It's also all of the policies that I listed in my supplemental testimony that I provided. And then asset management is knowing what you have, right? Being able to understand all the different cyber assets you have, all the software that you have, and being able to protect those systems and update those systems. Monitoring and response is monitoring and logging. So logging all the systems, understanding what's happening, and monitoring those events to tell whether there's some issue with the cybersecurity or with a system. Vulnerability management.
Well,
is a-
wait just a second on that one. I mean, do you have like a specific policy that says, you know, employee X, whose job it is to monitor whatever, that, you know, they have to monitor a certain type of asset or with a certain amount of frequency? Or is there like a guidebook that says, oh, if you get this kind of, you know, response, then you do this particular action?
So we have cyber incident response plans, and we go through those regularly, and those tell us those events that you might want to call the incident response team to manage. We don't, I didn't list all of those policies and procedures because I didn't want to give a roadmap for our attackers to come and look at it.
Absolutely, you know, no, and we don't, you know, again, that's why I'm just saying generally, not only do, you know, we don't want specifics that, yes, that could be potentially detrimental, but I mean, just saying like you did just now, that you have these cyber response plans in effect to potentially deal with these things, I think explains more about this. So go ahead with your explanation. I think you were at vulnerability management.
Right. So we detect systems, understand what the vulnerabilities have, you know, firewalls on our system, intrusion detection, network security is the same, what systems can connect, managing secure connections, application, database, server, operating system security. That's all about how do we apply security to the database or the servers or the operating systems, really secure configurations. And so endpoint security is like anti-malware. Data security is encryption technologies. Identity management is making sure everybody has a user ID and password and we know who they are. Cloud security is those types of things that we manage, authorization and access to cloud. Email security is managing anti-malware across email. Mobile security is managing our mobile phones, mobile equipment, make sure they're encrypted and they have secure configurations. And then disaster recovery and business continuity planning is making sure we have backups so that we can recover.
And as part of I think Mr. Harris asked you about pages 11 and 12 of your direct testimony. You're responding to the question, please elaborate on EPE's plan for cybersecurity measures to protect the collection, storage, and transmission of data by the advanced meters and associated communications network. On page 12, you testified standards and research such as those from the following entities are being used by AMS vendors, including Itron and Oracle, to guide the development and implementation of AMS cybersecurity controls to protect AMS components, customer data. And then you list NIST, correct?
Yes.
And you have indicated in your acronym list that that's the National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Yes.
For what?
these are cybersecurity standards that I guess are familiar to cybersecurity experts. And those are all standards that are based in those with those agencies.
Okay, so that, and then you list an IEC and an I3E
Yes.
and a NERC, NERC, CIP, and a AMI-SEC. So all of these acronyms are cybersecurity policies
Standards,
from
basically.
standards from cybersecurity agencies.
Well, so NIST is a national institute, right? And it builds these standards for cryptography. It builds a standard for secure systems. It builds a standard for website security. They're all standards for cybersecurity protection. And so they inform the vendors on what they need to do to protect the devices. IEC is another standard. I'd have to go back to the glossary to really tell you exactly what IEC stands for. IEEE is the Electrical Engineering Institute. That's a standard that for engineering. NERC CIP is the National Electric Corporation, National Electric Reliability Corporation, and then CIP is Critical Infrastructure Protection Standards. And AMI-SEC is the AMI security standard that was created around AMI, which Itron participated in. It's how they build all these standards and how they build the architectures for the secure architectures for these systems. ISO, they have a security standard 27,000 that talks about how to build a cybersecurity environment. And I guess where I'm going with this testimony is that these vendors are not just doing it in a bubble. They're working with the different areas and looking at the standards and helping build the standards for cybersecurity for these systems.
I appreciate that. Again, I'm not questioning your testimony as to the choice. I'm just trying to understand who it is. If you were talking about a medical standard and you said, oh, well, the AMA, blah, blah, as or the special, committee of internal medicine, whoever, then I could put some context to it. So that's all I'm asking you to do, is to try to put those organizations into some kind of context so that we can say, oh yeah, look, this is, these aren't just organizations that you paid money to and they endorse your approach. These are, I guess I'm looking for some autonomy of organization and looking for research-based organization.
All of these are research-based. ANSI is a standard process that they have to go through for approving these standards. Would you like some clarification on these?
Well, I think you know, obviously whatever you want to tell me that's going to help us understand why you think it is important to have them to use their standards in doing your job to protect you know, the EPE and the customer information. I'd like to hear.
So all of these standards recommend controls for cybersecurity for utilities and for vendors to implement to secure their systems. And they've been developed over years to meet the best practice controls for cybersecurity.
Okay. And the other question I had for you concerning your testimony, Mr. Van Slyke, if you want to look at your supplemental testimony, which was the response to the bench request, I was asking you about New Mexico statute 62811, which is the Consumer Information Disclosure Prohibited statute. And you addressed that on page 4 of your supplemental testimony.
Sorry, let me get there real quick.
Okay. The question was posed at line 9 and 10. Do EPE's policies to protect EPE customer data conform with NMSA 1978, section 62811, consumer information disclosure prohibited? And your answer beginning at line 12 was yes. EPE's privacy policy expresses that EPE will not sell customer data to advertisers or other third parties. That's what your testimony was, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not really concerned about you selling anything. I'm just wondering what protocols are in place, if any, that the information not be disclosed, because 62811A says a public utility as defined in section 6233 NMSA 1978, or its employees or agents shall not sell or disclose consumers and non-public personal information without the customer's permission, unless it's in accordance with standardized credit reporting practices pursuant to provisions of chapter 56 and on. Okay, but again, what I'm concerned about is whether or not El Paso Electric's policies, contracts, etc., actually have protections to make sure that the customer information is not disclosed inadvertently or intentionally without the customer's permission.
So on page 10 of the PDF on Exhibit 8, in the privacy policy area.
Page 10.
It's 3 of 7 in the privacy policy.
Mm-hmm. Right, sharing your data, number 4.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
EPE will not sell your data to advertisers or third parties, but make sure that information when others working with EPE is required by law.
Uh-huh.
This is where we won't share data. We're not going to share your data to sell it to anybody. We'll use it for purposes inside the electric company.
Right, and I'm just trying to find out, within the context of your contracting with these vendors, are there requirements that they not disclose? Or does EPE withhold non-public customer data from these vendors?
I believe that to be the case, that we have it in our agreements, but I'd defer that to Grisel, Mr. Ramirez.
Okay. And, all right, well, I will ask her, right? I can just recall years ago, when P&M sold gas company, and I actually had to do a separate RD on the disclosure issue, because there was some concern that, that there be protections in place, even sharing during the transition, that non-public customer
I'm pretty sure it's
information.
carved out. I just can't explicitly say it in this case.
Okay, very well. That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Ms. Olson, any redirect?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any redirect based on the questions that you or Mr. Harris asked.
Very well. Mr. Gecko, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lynch, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Souls?
No.
Thank you. Oh, I'm getting my initials mixed up here. Ms. Stevens? Any recross?
No questions, Ms. Hurst.
Okay.
I apologize. I'm going to figure this out one day or the other. Screens, mouse.
Mr. Black? You're still muted.
Well, I pressed my space bar, but it didn't work. No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris?
Could I just ask one quick question?
Sir?
The last data standard you were talking about, Mr. Van Slyke, you stated that those governed EPE's ability to share data or not. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
So EPE is making a strong commitment not to share data with any third parties?
We do not share data with third parties without customer authorization.
Do you have any agreements or business arrangements that where you do sell data to marketing firms, for example?
Not that I know of.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Van Slyke? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Olson, you have another witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, given that we have a few minutes to switch over, would now be an appropriate time for a quick break?
Okay, I've got 2:58, so let's recess till 5 after.
Sure. And
Okay.
we will be calling Mr. Hernandez
Okay,
next,
Next.
just for people to know.
okay, thank you. So we are recessed for 5 minutes. Just don't forget that the YouTube stays on. Okay. I think we're back from our recess. And I just wanted to clarify for the record that the number 4, sharing your data section came from exhibit TVS 1S, which was an exhibit that was attached to Mr. Van Slyke's supplemental testimony. Ms. Olson, do you have another witness?
I do, Madam Hearing Examiner. El Paso Electric Company calls Mr. Adrian Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Hernandez, would you raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Adrian Hernandez. It's ADRIANHERNANDEZ.
And Mr. Hernandez, what is your current position at EPE?
I'm currently a principal rate analyst with the Rates and Regulatory Affairs Group.
And Mr. Hernandez, do you have in front of you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit 9?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your testimony in support of the unopposed comprehensive stipulation?
Yes.
Was that stipulation testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No, I don't.
Is the stipulation testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give these same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit 9, the stipulation testimony of Mr. Hernandez.
Any objection to what has been identified as Mr. Hernandez testimony in support of the stipulation, EPE Exhibit 9? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Hernandez, oh, sorry, I got confused. Do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE Exhibit number 10?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that as the direct testimony that you filed in this case?
Yes.
And was this direct testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I don't.
And is the direct testimony you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
If you were asked these same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we offer EPE Exhibit number 10.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Hernandez direct testimony filed with the application in this case, identified as EPE Exhibit 10? Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 10 is admitted.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Hernandez, do you have before you what's previously been marked EPE Exhibit number 11?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize this as your supplemental testimony responding to a bench request from the hearing examiner?
Yes.
And was this supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to your supplemental testimony?
No, I do not.
Is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes, I would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, El Paso Electric offers EPE Exhibit number 11, the supplemental testimony of Adrian Hernandez on behalf of El Paso Electric Company.
Any objection to what's been identified as El Paso Electric Exhibit 11, the supplemental testimony of Mr. Hernandez? Hearing no objection, EPE 11 is admitted.
Thank you. At this time, I'd offer Mr. Hernandez for cross-examination.
Very well. Mr. Getko, any questions from the Attorney General?
No.
Very well. Ms. Stevens, any questions from City of Los Cruces? That was a no?
That was a no.
Okay.
Thought I unmuted myself that time.
Ms. Souls?
No questions.
Caught you off guard because I did.
It did. Ms. Lynch? Ms. Lynch may be gone. Mr. Black, any questions from staff?
No questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Harris, questions for Mr. Hernandez?
I have a few questions, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Hernandez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 10.
Okay.
Could you go to page 24, please?
Okay.
And there you give an overview of how you ascertained the opt-out rate that was incorporated in the original petition. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you know off the top of your mind what other utilities you looked at to serve as a proxy for EPE's value?
Yes. In fact, I think I have an exhibit.
Yes.
If we go to AH6, I think we can find that. Let me see. Okay, so it's on PDF page 55. It's exhibit AH6.
Yes.
So yeah,
Thank
so
you.
oh, I'm sorry.
No. Please go on.
Okay, so I took the average of these utilities listed here to determine that 0.22%, which we ended up actually making 0.25% just to, round it out in our original proposal.
So, the good old days, you knew where a utility was. Southern California, San Diego, Florida Power and Light. Can you tell me where CenterPoint is from?
Oh, CenterPoint? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. CenterPoint, I
Yes.
believe, is based in Houston. They have a few service territories. I couldn't tell you specifically. I think they're in a few different states, including Texas. So I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head which specific one.
Well, I don't want to ask these questions for each and every utility here. There's 11 utilities. How closely did you look as to whether they're similar to EPE in terms of population density and fuel sources and just overall size?
Not really that closely, which is why we tried to get a good sample of different ones and just try to come up with an estimate. I will add though that we have since changed it to 0.5% based on our settlement.
Yes, absolutely. And so right now the record reflects two different values for that. Do you think there's any possibility of confusion from that?
No, I think we're comfortable for now with that 0.5% that we settled on. Once we get actual information in a future period, maybe we can actually look at our own data and see what the actual number of opt-out customers is to be able to make a better, obviously, determination.
Well, and I certainly don't want to intrude upon any confidential negotiation settlements, but this is an important matter. And if you could you describe how the utility went from 263 customers to almost double that of 526?
Without really getting into any of the, specific conversations, it's just a number that a lot of parties agreed on. And we were willing to, negotiate on that, especially since we're probably okay with, when we get actual numbers, being able to update that rate in a future period. So.
This may be outside your bailiwick, and if so, excuse me, but do you know if the company carries any sort of insurance to cover political risk?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you have an opinion on whether or not this opt-out fee that went from approximately $13 a month to $6 a month, do you think that will create any sort of behavior incentives, ratepayer behavior incentives?
At this point, I really don't. Since AMS is kind of new to our service area, it's really hard to say. So I couldn't really give you a good opinion on that.
Okay, so you were called as a witness to discuss financial aspects of this proposal, were you not?
Yes.
Are you comfortable discussing another witness's spreadsheet? And I'm speaking specifically of what's contained in James Schistel's Exhibit 1, where he shows project costs.
Yeah, I think so. I'd have to look at it just to remember which one we're talking about, but I believe so, yeah.
Is it possible, can you look at it real quickly? Is it in front of you?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. Could you tell me what exhibit it is?
Yes, it's on page 21. Oops.
Is it like his direct testimony or?
It says attachment A, the spreadsheet.
Madam Hearing Examiner, do you mind if we just clarify the record that I believe Mr. Harris is talking about Exhibit JSST1, which is the stipulation, and the spreadsheet he's referring to is attachment A to the stipulation.
And Mr. Hernandez, that was going to be a question. I'll go ahead and ask you now.
Sure.
Did you help prepare any of the 5 exhibits to the stipulation?
Yes, the revenue requirement, or I'm sorry, cost of service spreadsheet, and then I believe the rates. And I think the other ones, if I'm not mistaken, if they were the project cost, I provided the jurisdictional number for those.
So you're familiar with the attachments to the exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I go?
No, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I haven't, so is it exhibit number 1 in this? I'm sorry, I just can't seem to find it.
No worries.
I'm
It's
looking.
It's EPE Exhibit 1,
Okay,
and then it's the PDF page 54, listed as attachment A.
yes, I'm there.
Okay, so the second row down is labeled hardware. And the value for that under column 22 is $4,389.
Yeah, 4398, yes. I see that.
I don't mean to spring on you, but could you explain that value? It seems small compared to the other values.
Yeah, so this is the New Mexico jurisdictional amount. I don't remember exactly what makes up this number. I can get you that answer. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know. Up here, I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough. Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions.
Thank you. Mr. Harris.
I will say, just to add something on there, is Ms. Ramirez is the sponsor of the total company project. And so I do jurisdictionalize that cost. Perhaps she could maybe tell you more what's in that line, hardware line. But I don't recall at this point, I'm sorry.
And it's just one number amongst many. So yes, I'll be sure to ask Ms. Ramirez. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, I just want to be able to understand your answer to Mr. Harris. When he was asking you about your direct testimony at page 24, and then also your AH-6. Did I hear you correctly when you said that the companies you chose to include these other utilities who had implemented AMS don't have similarities to EPE?
I didn't really say that. I was just trying to say that we wanted to get a good number of any opt-out rates we could identify nationwide, and that were, kind of similar. Arizona, some Texas utilities, we tried to include in here. But I don't, I wasn't really, really picky about exactly where they were.
Well, were you picky about how many customers they had? Do they have similar customer sizes to EPE, or are those different too?
Yeah, those were different.
Okay. So basically your goal was to just get a wide range of utility opt-out rates.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Not necessarily, for example, like in a rate case, when you're trying to come up with a proxy group for return on equity, where you try to get similarly situated utilities. Right? That's
right.
not what you were doing here.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to compliment you on your exhibits. I did not need the microscope to read them. And I appreciate that. Unlike some of the exhibits to the stipulation.
Thank you.
Have you been listening? Did you listen to Mr. Schistel's testimony this morning, Mr.
Yes, I did.
Hernandez? And specifically referring to your testimony on page 4 of your direct testimony. And you're talking about an overview of the cost recovery mechanism and talking about a rider, correct?
Yes.
And were you in agreement with Mr. Schistel's testimony of how I explained what I thought the parties had agreed to with having an advice notice and a review period without providing notice to you, to your customers? Is that correct?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Schistel.
On page 5, you're going into the AMS project and cost of service costs. And at page 5, you estimated a $41.2 million cost of service projection for that. Is that correct?
That's right.
Did that include any of the projected savings?
Yes, ma'am.
And where, for example, in AH3 would I find those?
Sure. On page 1 of H3, which in the PDF is page 35.
Okay.
Let me just rotate the view. Sorry. There we go. Okay. On line 13.
Is there going to be any savings in line 14, the depreciation expense?
No, ma'am, but the way that depreciation will work is we won't include it in the AMS rider until we have placed it in service. And so in the revised stipulation attachment, you would see that the depreciation expense is actually in the year 2023, but it's related to the year 2022. But it's driven mostly by capital investment.
So I'd like to ask you about your testimony in support of the stipulation on page 5. Questions posed at lines 16 through 19. Will the charge or credit component for return of undepreciated legacy meter capital investments vary based on the number of meters removed from service in any given year? And you answer no on page 6 at lines 1 and 2. The undepreciated legacy meter capital investment is amortized over 10 years in equal amounts. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How, and then the next question has to do with question beginning at line 4. Are the agreements in paragraph 2.5.3 of the stipulation regarding return on investment legacy meters required to be removed from service to implement the stipulated AMS project reflected in the stipulated cost of service? And you're saying yes. And to determine the annual credit amount, EPE will apply the commission approved WACC to the legacy meter net plant that was removed from service, correct?
Yes.
And the credit amount provided in the stipulated cost of service assumes 1/3 of the legacy meters will be removed from service in each of 3 years, correct?
Yes.
So is the difference from how you would normally treat those meters being removed from service that, you know, you're using a 3-year estimate versus an actual number?
Yeah, so on this specific question here, it's referring to the return on rate base or investment capital. So what's currently in base rates now, earning a return, will be removed, but we're proposing to do it based on the number of actual meters installed and then removed, legacy meters removed. In our estimate that I show on exhibit AH3, I'm just estimating that 1/3 will be removed in 2023, 2024, and 2022. I forget that we shift everything over 1 year. So that's the amount. And then by the time we get to that 3rd year, it's the full amount. We're assuming that after those 3 years, that return on those legacy meters are going to be credited in the rider. If you'd like, I could show you in the exhibit, if that helps.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why, if what you agreed to is normally how the meters would be treated.
I guess the approach that we've taken with the rider is that we don't want to bill customers the cost of these meters until they're placed in service. And similarly, we're going to return that credit that we currently have in base rates, where we're covering in base rates. We'll return it the same kind of way, right? As we install a new meter or as we place it in service, we'll be removing the legacy meter. And so we're trying to do it, equally.
Right, and isn't that the way that you normally treat it in a rate case?
The return on, yes. And the question above, which was the return of, which is the depreciation, we've agreed to do it over 10 years, even though the average life is probably longer. That balance is longer than that. We're just doing it over 10 years so that we could, try to ensure that recovery within the timeline of the AMS rider. And then also return to customers the depreciation that we would be recovering in base rates.
Sir, your testimony in support of stipulation on page 10, where you're talking about the reconciliation and the adjustment to the AMS rider. In line 17, you say consistent with Rule 210. In other words, 17.1.2. I think probably a period should go in there. .2.10. NMAC. EPE proposed to file the annual advice notice supported by affidavit and supporting work papers in January to be effective 30 days later, subject to commission suspension. And then on page 11, you say EPE proposes to file the advice notice as a compliance filing and to provide notice to all parties in this proceeding. Further clarified that if the advice notice was suspended by order of the commission could initiate a new docket for a change of rate proceeding. That's your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believe this procedure complies with 17.1.2.10 applications for new rates?
I mean, I believe, and Mr. Schistel covered it also, the grid modification statute, talks about the 30-day, and we would hope to go to proceed in that fashion so that we could try to get the rates updated sooner. But yes, I understand also that, other rules could apply, and the commission could suspend it, and we would have to proceed with a new hearing or 180 days.
Well, and I'm not even talking about the 180 days. What my concern and the question I have, Mr. Hernandez, is that don't you think your ratepayers are entitled to notice when you're going to implement a new rate? And especially pursuant to 17.1.2.10.
Yeah, I mean, I will say we estimated what the rates would be for all the periods, and I think to avoid a big over or under collection of the rates, it just seemed like it'd be more prudent and it would benefit customers not to have a built up balance. If we're this first year, we're
Lost you. I lost your audio.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I tapped the button by mistake. I was giving an example that I believe this first year, the customers, that rate that would go into effect, for example, for residential would be about 20 cents. If we didn't get to change that rate, with a quick enough time, and it took a little bit longer, we would probably establish a big under collection, which would then kind of pile up on them. And I think it's a little bit more fair to, since we've already let them know what the most likely the rate will be in 2023, to maybe get that rate into effect sooner so that we're not building up big under collection balances or even the other way. It could happen the other way as well. But so I think it's also, it makes sense to do that.
Sir, you have some testimony on page 13. The question is posed at line 10. Is EPE's recovery mechanism as modified by the stipulation consistent with the grid mod statute and the commission's rate making principles and practice? And you answer yes. That's your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
A bit abbreviated, Mr. Hernandez. Would you like to explain why and in what way that you believe that EPE's recovery mechanism is consistent with the statute and the commission's, well, first with the statute?
Sure. I don't have it in front of me, but the grid modification statute has a section that talks about getting the rate into effect within 30 days. And of course, it's subject to get suspended for 180 days, but the hope for us on our side was to try to get it in sooner in 30 days. And so that would be that first part of it. Then of course, if any other party or the commission wanted to make it a full-on proceeding, then they have that ability as well. I didn't know what else to say there. I just thought, based on what we had said previously, I could just say yes here. So sorry about that.
And the next question, are the agreements and modification to EPE's proposed reconciliation and adjustment of the AMS rider reasonable and in the public interest? Why do you think they're reasonable?
I think they're reasonable because in order to avoid that lag that I was talking about and avoid building up big under collection balances, it would be a little bit more accurate to timely update the rates. And then, because there could always be differences from year to year. I mean, if something's delayed or maybe we went a little bit faster with the implementation, I think it's a better way to evaluate it at the end of the process instead of looking at it from year to year. So I thought that having that ability at the very end of the process to look at the entire project as a whole would be the best approach and allow us each year to try to get that cost, to more accurately represent what we're projecting each year.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I don't believe that I have any more questions for you. Ms. Olson, any redirect of your witness?
Hearing examiner, I have very brief redirect.
Okay. Anybody know who's on the phone trying to get in? 831-566-832. Okay, nobody's claiming them. Go ahead.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I apologize. I lost the reference in the testimony. Do you happen to know what page of Mr. Hernandez's testimony was talking about Rule 210 that you were just asking him on? I thought I had it in front of me and I've just lost it.
Is it page 10 of Exhibit 9 on line 17?
Page 10 of Exhibit 9.
Page 10 of his testimony in support of the stipulation at line 17.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. Mr. Hernandez, the hearing examiner was asking you questions about Commission Rule 17.1.2.10. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she referred you to your testimony on page 10, where you do have a rule cited there. And she indicated that there should be a period between 2 and 10. Is that accurate, or are you referring to Commission Rule 210, 17.1.210, which is the Commission's rule governing rates and changes to rates?
You know, I thought it was 0.210, but I didn't feel comfortable correcting her, so I wasn't sure from here. So I thought it was 0.210, but I didn't know for sure, so I didn't say anything.
Okay, well, if your testimony can stand as it is, if you were referring to 210 and not 2.10, how interesting that 17.1.2.10 is entitled application for new rates.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And if you're 210, I don't have that in front of me, the 210, but your counsel is saying 210 is what, Ms. Olson?
It's the Commission's rule governing specifically 210.11 is titled Succeeding Changes and Additions to Rates, Rules, and Forms.
Okay, so if that's the rule you're referring to, then it doesn't need to be corrected. Is that correct, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am. It was .210.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And is your understanding, Mr. Hernandez, that the yearly advice notice filings that we'll be discussing will be to modify the what we were calling the AMS rider, or I believe sometimes it's referred to as the AMS surcharge?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you aware of the customer notice that was issued in this case?
Yes, I am.
And do you recall, to the best of your knowledge, subject to check because I believe it's in there, but do you recall that the notice provided the total project costs for the AMS project over the period of the project?
Yes, it did.
And then in this case, you've provided exhibits, I believe, to your direct testimony and the stipulation providing the projected AMS project cost of service and the projected rates during each of the 10 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you aware whether those projected rates were provided in the customer service or in the customer notice?
I don't recall if we gave only a few years where we gave a range or if we actually gave each year, but I do recall providing some information regarding the future rates and how much they would be. Since the first year was so low, we wanted to make sure customers understood the range that they'd be seeing in that AMS rate.
And are you aware what impact the stipulated agreements have had on the projected upper end of the rider surcharge?
Yeah, it's dropped. The change in depreciation method has really reduced it in those 10 years. The depreciation expense that we would recover through the AMS rider, at least, in those first 10 years. A lot of the other changes, including those credits we were talking about earlier, reduce it. So it's been reduced.
And to save time, I'm just going to represent to you that in the customer notice, which is The commission issued customer notice. EPE provided the estimated AMS monthly rate charges for the various customer classes based on your estimated highest annual cost of service. For example, the company provided residential service, estimated AMS rider surcharge $4.24. And I believe this is in one of your exhibits, but do you recall off the top of your head whether the stipulated AMS rider rate monthly surcharge for residential service at its highest is lower than $4.24?
Yeah, I believe the highest for residential is about $2.54 or something like that. Yeah, it dropped down significantly.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anybody else have any questions based upon my questions or Ms. Wilson's redirect? Nope. Okay. Well, it was our court reporter, so we may have a problem. Hi.
Hi, am I the only one that got kicked out? I had a complete outage.
Yeah.
Everything went out.
And I had everybody's number except yours.
Of course.
So I didn't know who it was calling in. So
right.
I had
been
everybody else's telephone.
Oh, I have been on hold trying to call in for several minutes, so I apologize.
Yeah, no, I didn't lose anybody else, I don't think.
Okay. I hate to tell you, I've been gone a long time. I can read you the last that I have. I don't know how soon you realized I was gone.
Go ahead.
All right. And like I said, I have a hunch this was about 15-20 minutes ago. Question, right, isn't that the way you normally treat it in a rate case? Answer, the return on, yes. And the question above, which was the return of, which is the depreciation, we have agreed to do it over 10 years, even though the average life is probably longer. That balance is longer than that. We are just doing it over the 10 years so that we could, try to ensure that recovery within the timeline of the AMS rider, and then also return to customers the depreciation that we would be recovering in base rates. Question, sir, your testimony in support of stipulation on page 10, and that's where I went. And once again, my apologies.
No, that just, that happens.
It happens.
Well, I don't know. Allison, can you check to see the testimony that was just elicited on redirect had to do with what I thought I was correcting, was a rule, and it turns out that there's a 0.2.10 and there's a 210. Do you show that in your as a prior question?
No.
For this witness?
No.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Examiner, this is Anastasia Stevens. I kind of take fairly close notes, and it looks like what Ms. Holman read is just before you started asking Mr. Hernandez about the about page 10 of his testimony and filing an advice notice within 30 days.
Madam Hearing
Just
Examiner.
30 days suspension. So
This
in my
proceeding
notes,
is
it's about
being
a
recorded
page.
live on YouTube.
That's true.
That's true. I could, as long as the YouTube isn't compromised, I could get a stipulation of counsel that I go back and report it from the YouTube up until where we are now.
Okay.
But
So
I would,
how do you feel about doing that?
not good, but I don't want you to miss anything either, and I don't want to extend this and everyone's time any further than necessary. I know I was in panic mode, so I don't know for sure, but I think I was gone about 15 minutes. So I hate to put everybody through going through it again.
Is there any objection to having the court reporter go back then to the point where she lost communication? You know, I don't know. That may set a really bad precedent. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, it's not optimal.
Yeah.
And I apologize, and I have.
Well, it's okay. It was my questions, and I'm pretty sure that at that point we're getting to the point that Ms. Olson has just done a redirect on. Because I asked questions that I thought there was an incorrect site and it wasn't. So
I do not have that.
So I guess what I would try to do then is to have us go back and go from that point and just have you take it, Allison, I think.
All right.
The best. All right.
And once again, okay.
No, things happen, please. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, well, we're going to go back here and I was asking you about your testimony in support of the stipulation at page 10 and about whether or not you believed and it's in not only in your supplemental or your testimony in support of the stipulation, but also in your direct testimony, I believe, where you have talked about what kind of proceeding the writer proceeding should be. And initially I noted on page 10, line 17, that it's your belief that this writer collection is consistent with Commission Rule 210, which is 17.1.210 in MAC, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe that you had told me that you believe that there's a benefit in trying to avoid under or over collection.
That's right.
And is that correct?
Yes.
And that is one of the reasons that El Paso Electric had proposed this particular type of collection method, correct?
That's correct.
And again, I was asking you about the notice function.
Yes.
That I believe is appropriate in this. And I guess my question to you, Mr. Hernandez, would be, do you generally participate in energy efficiency or renewable portfolio standard cases or other cases like that where riders are implemented?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I do participate in the energy efficiency cases in New Mexico.
And those also have a outside date of 180 days, don't they?
I believe so.
And in those particular types of cases, El Paso Electric files an advice notice and supporting materials for for what it thinks its rider should be, along with the testimony regarding its programs, correct?
Yes,
Generally,
it's a different time period. Normally the plan years are, I think they're done for 3 years. And the costs are budgeted for 3 years, but yes, I do think that that's what they do.
okay. And again, the energy efficiencies have riders, correct?
Yes,
And you're trying to avoid the over and under collection and,
yes,
correct?
yes.
And in energy efficiency cases, notice is given to your ratepayers, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So if notice is given to your ratepayers, every year you file one of those plans, even though they might be 10 or 15-year plans, why shouldn't your ratepayers get notice every time you want to change the rate for the meter, for this meter project?
I think we talked before about the fact that we did inform customers in that original notice about the highest possible rate they would pay. And we talked about how it's now actually gone down since we've settled on some of the changes that we've done in the rates. But I think the most important thing that I wanted to really stress was the sooner we get the rate in, the more accurately it reflects the cost that we're seeing, and the less of a over or under collection balance we would have. To avoid even further issues down the line with reconciliation and trying to either seek more recovery of something, or it's just better to just try to be as accurate as possible as soon as possible. And so for those reasons, I know Mr. Schistel brought up the fuel rate, and I understand they're not the same. But that ability to change it monthly, and we're not even asking monthly, we're asking annually, would really help us, just kind of keep track of that cost a lot better. I feel comfortable with the customer notice that we provided, especially now since they have gone down. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else to say there.
Okay. Do you remember what was on your utility bill notice 3 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when I open my bills and I get notices, even my gas bills, I obviously always, I'm interested in those notices, and I look into them. I would say that, honestly, I don't always factor in if it's not like a really drastic change. I don't really, think about it too much. So I think that's my approach. I mean, I know everybody's different.
Okay. Then I also previously had asked you some questions about your testimony on page 13, about compliance, and I think you basically told me that you didn't have a whole lot more to say, other than what you had said before on answering the questions posed at lines 10 and 15. Is that correct, sir?
I apologize. The
Page 13 of your
page 13. Okay.
Yeah, that's you had the 2 yeses.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I felt that I had explained, in those questions before enough, and so yeah, I had just put yes on those.
Okay. I think that's pretty much a recreation of what had occurred from when we had the outage. Ms. Olson, any redirect for Mr. Hernandez?
Madam Hearing Examiner, just because we're live on YouTube and I don't want to create confusion for the public watching, I think since your line of questioning differed a little bit, I don't have redirect because I don't think the point that I was clarifying earlier is now needs to be clarified.
Okay, I agree with you. Very well. Any questions for Mr. Hernandez? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. You are excused. Ms. Olson, you have another witness.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we do, EPE would call Ms. Grisela Ramirez.
Are we in our?
I think it'll just be a second to swap out the witnesses here.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I hear we've had a name change, Ms. Ramirez?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Allison, if you'd swear the witness, please.
Ms. Ramirez, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Olson?
Good afternoon, Ms. Ramirez. Can you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Grisela Ramirez, Grisel Ramirez.
And have you gone by any other names during the course of this proceeding?
Yes. Grisel Arispe,
And can you please spell that as well?
Grisel Arizpe.
What is your current profession at EPE?
I'm the supervisor of the Emerging Technologies and Innovations Department.
And Ms. Ramirez, do you have before you what's previously been marked as EPE exhibit number 12?
Yes.
And just for clarification, you did not file testimony in support of the, or you have not filed stipulation testimony, is that correct?
In support of, can you repeat that?
You did not file any testimony addressing the stipulation, is that correct?
That is correct.
And turning back to EP exhibit number 12, do you recognize this as your direct testimony?
Yes.
And was this direct testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes. Yes, it was.
I note the direct testimony says direct testimony of Grisela Ramirez, but we've clarified that that is you. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No, I don't.
Is the direct testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, we offer EPE Exhibit 12.
Any objection to what's been identified as EPE Exhibit 12? Ms. Ramirez, direct testimony that was filed in support of the application. Hearing no objection, Exhibit 12 is admitted.
And do you also have before you what's previously been marked EPE Exhibit 13?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as your supplemental testimony responding to bench requests that the hearing examiner issued?
Yes, I do.
And was this supplemental testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And do you have any corrections to your supplemental testimony?
No, I don't.
Is the supplemental testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. EPE moves to admit EPE Exhibit 13.
Any objection to what's been identified as EPE Exhibit 13, Ms. Ramirez supplemental testimony filed, in this case, identified as EPE 13. Hearing no objection, EPE Exhibit 13 is in.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Olson?
EPE would offer Ms. Ramirez for cross-examination.
Very well. Any questions from the Attorney General?
No. I do not have questions for Ms. Ramirez.
Very well, thank you. Any questions from you, Ms. Stevens?
The city doesn't have any questions for Ms. Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Souls, any questions for Ms. Ramirez?
No, ma'am.
Very well. I don't know, if Ms. Lynch, are you back on the line? Nope. Mr. Black, any questions from staff?
Other than congratulating Mrs. Ramirez to the stand, and I'll continue to call you Ms. But no questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I've got a few for you. Thank you. Ms. Ramirez. And generally, we have referred to you as the project manager. Is that a correct reference?
That is correct.
Okay, so you say on page 2 of your direct testimony at line 17 I also supervise the project management efforts for EPE's advanced metering system project. And so explain the hierarchy of the witnesses as to how they relate to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. My role in this project is to conduct the project management, and I rely on several subject matter experts, and like Mr. Tracy Van Slyke. We also, use other subject matter experts on the meter testing group, on DIT, on our customer information systems, and distribution operations. So I coordinate communications and task schedules amongst all the different departments on cross-functionally to, to develop and plan this project for implementation.
Do any of the, so far today, we've heard from Mr. Schistel, Mr. Van Slyke, and Mr. Hernandez. Do any of the prior witnesses, are they under your supervision and control?
No, they're not under my supervision, but we work together in this project.
As the project manager, do you get to decide ultimately if there is something that has to be decided? I mean, if, for example, if one of the people that you're working with collaboratively has a proposition that you disagree with, I mean, are you the ultimate decision maker?
I rely on their expertise. They are the ones that have that know that they're the owners of their operations. So if it comes to my attention that something conflicts with another department, I bring it to the attention to both of the departments, and that's my role. And as a group, as a team, we consistently come to a decision of what is the best option for the project, for the company, and for the customers.
Were you listening to the earlier witnesses' testimonies?
Yes.
And am I correct? Am I correct that you also testified in El Paso Electric's Texas advanced meter case?
No, no, no.
You did not. Are you manager of that project also?
Texas meter case. I don't know which project are you, or the TP, are you referring to the transportation electrification plan?
No, I am referring to PUC docket number 52040, application of El Paso Electric for advanced metering system deployment plan, AMS surcharge and non-standard metering service fees.
Oh, let me correct that. Yes, I was a witness, and I provided my testimony.
Okay, and so you're in charge of that plan too?
Correct. It's the same project essentially.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe as part of your testimony and talking about your responsibilities, you begin on page 4 of your direct testimony talking about the RFP process, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in that process?
Yes.
And you helped evaluate the bids?
Yes. I was in the commercial AMS commercial team.
And I asked, I believe, Mr. Schistel, and he was not familiar, but other than, I think he was generally familiar with other metering cases that have happened here with the New Mexico Commission. Were you, prior to this project or during this project, have you become familiar with any prior cases here at the commission dealing with advanced metering?
So in order to prepare for our case, we get educated on prior cases, and one of them was P&M for New Mexico.
Okay, so were you then familiar with case 15-00312 UT? That was the P&M advanced meter case where the commission found that P&M had contracted with Itron, and Itron did not hold the necessary New Mexico contractor licenses to bid or perform that installation work. Did you know that?
Yes, yes, I was informed.
And were you informed before you evaluated the bids?
Yes.
And you were also knew that they had to pay a $65,000 fine to the New Mexico Construction Industries Division of the Regulation and Licensing Division?
I was familiar that that they were penalized. I didn't know exactly how the penalty was and for how much it was.
Okay. Did that give you any pause, Ms. Ramirez, when you were evaluating the bids, that you were dealing with somebody that already had a negative history here in New Mexico?
When we evaluated the RFPs, we focus on the proposal, and we try to be neutral and focus on the information, on the technology, on the costs in my case.
So is that a no? It didn't make any difference to you that they violated New Mexico law?
Well, as part of our evaluation, our legal department reviewed and validated that they had the requirements to work in New Mexico at the time of when we issued the RFP.
Well, I believe in your supplemental testimony in this case, I was asking you about your testimony on page 12 of the direct. The question posed on lines 1 and 2, will Itron be responsible for the installation of advanced meters? You answer yes, they are the contractor for the installation of advanced meters. However, they intend to contract installation services with the company Texas Meter Devices for New Mexico meter installations. Correct?
Correct.
And then so in your supplemental testimony, on page 6, the question was regarding your testimony at page 12. What was the information that Itron intends on subcontracting installation devices with Texas meter devices available and considered in the RFP bid evaluation? And basically your testimony on page 7 of your supplemental 1 through 10 says EPE didn't consider subcontractor selection, correct?
So during our evaluation, we put all the responsibility in the main vendor. And so for the main vendor has to comply with all requirements, and that's who we evaluate. Then during the shortlist evaluation, they mentioned that they're gonna subcontract Texas Meter Device company, and but we make the vendor responsible that they need to comply with our requirement of, to be properly licensed and qualified to perform any class and any type of services as specified in our RFP. And subsequently, you know, as part of our contract, we have a clause specifically for these requirements that they need to meet.
Well, your testimony says that Itron is the contractor for the installation of the advanced meters. So then basically you're telling me that you vetted Itron and that now, unlike in the P&M case, that they actually are licensed in New Mexico. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're saying you don't vet the subcontractors, that's the job of the contractor, and that this subcontractor also complies with the laws of the state of New Mexico, correct?
They must comply with the laws of the state of New Mexico in order to perform any work for this project.
And I also asked whether or not there was any consideration for New Mexico companies. And you say on page 7, line 14 of your supplemental, EPE was not involved in the selection of the subcontractor, which actually does not answer that question. That question says, was there any consideration of a New Mexico company, if you know?
No, I don't have that information. Itron is responsible for if they need to subcontract any company, they would select whoever they have the right to select any subcontractor as long as they meet our requirements.
Well, did your requirements include
that
they vet New Mexico companies?
We encourage the vendors to hire local workforce. And my understanding is that Texas Meter Device, they are a company that works nationwide, but when it comes to project in an area, they tend to hire local workforce.
Okay. And then additionally, I mean, if there were any like economic development or some type of local incentive to hire the workforce within the jurisdiction, would EPE include that in its requirements for these vendors?
I will have to give you the answer for that later. I don't know. I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Well, I mean, on a cost basis, doesn't that seem to make sense that, you know, if a jurisdiction was going to offer some type of economic incentive to hire a particular local workers, wouldn't that be more cost efficient to do that and to include that in the bid?
Well, because how we procure these projects, we evaluated the technical side, and then in parallel, but separately, we evaluated the economic offer. So I think, you know, as if I were to be a vendor, I will reflect that in my commercial offer. And I think at the end of the day, it will balance my technical with my economic offer, if there were any incentives, local incentives. But one of the main requirements is that we wanted to have the vendor to provide a holistic approach when it comes to the meter vendor, meter installation, network deployment, and the head-end system.
So it was important to EPE that they all come from one source?
Correct. Or it is a prime contractor that is responsible for one solution for these three pieces.
On page 13 of your direct testimony, the question posed at line 13, what's the status of the vendor contract negotiation? And you answer the contract with Itron has been fully executed, and the contract with Oracle I guess there are plans to finalize the contract. Do you have any update for that?
Yes, I do. Actually, both of the contracts have been executed, and because of our commitment to, you know, to make this project to be on time and stay on track on the proposed meter deployment schedule that we have provided. We have started with working with Itron and Oracle in the first stages of designing the systems for the head-end system in the Itron side, and on the MDMS for the Oracle contract.
On page 14 of your testimony, you're answering the question posed on page 13 at lines 19 and 20. Please describe the contracts with the selected vendors. And beginning on lines 2, going to line 3, you say the equipment and software prices are not expected to change. That's your testimony?
Yes.
With everything, it seems like going up. What makes you confident that the prices are not going to change?
Our contract.
Well, let me just add. Did you build in an escalator to cover if they do change?
No, we do have a fixed price. What do we envision is the number of units because of growth, and that may change.
But you don't believe that the costs are gonna change, that the unit costs are gonna change.
If I want to be honest, there are different factors, and you can see that the entire environment, inflation, it's it's out of the normal. It's 7%. And in May, if it comes to the situation that we have to negotiate, we will have, there may be some inflation that we have to address as part of the project.
Well, I would note that, I mean, you do say on page 17 that you do have a contingency, a 10% contingency for the project, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, to me, that means then you're planning that cost could go up 10%. Correct?
That is our contingency that we built based on, like we said, we're still, when you go to the field, you never know what you're going to encounter. So also, there may be some obstacles. We have to optimize the network with more units that we have originally designed. There may be some problems with meter access, some more repairs than expected. When we come to when we're replacing the meters on the spot, we have to upgrade some meter bases and we may face some safety hazards. So those kind of situations that aren't really unforeseen or hard to plan. So we build that contingency for those situations.
Okay.
So we hope not to use it, but in the event that, those situations outside of our control, we can have that amount, and we will justify, every utilization of the contingency.
Has the remand in the Texas case or the timing of this particular case here in New Mexico changed your exhibit GA1S.1, your projected project phase timeline?
No, as I mentioned before, we're trying to be proactive, and we already are working on with iTran and Oracle to avoid any potential delays to the meter deployment schedule.
Your testimony on page 3 of your supplemental testimony, with regard to specific standards, requirements, technologies for this particular project and why you chose them. And you answer, beginning at line 12, that they were derived from a comprehensive list provided by EPE'S consultant, Black and Veatch. That's correct?
That is correct.
And what's their what's your consultant's responsibilities in this project?
So they have provided the guidance and the structure to plan this project. So as an example for this exercise, they provided a list of over 3,000 requirements. And we utilize that list that focuses on the several requirements for each part of the project, for each component of the project. One, the meter technical requirements, technical and functional requirements of the meters, endpoint installer requirements, the network requirements on the design and also on the equipment, and also the installation of the network and the head-end system configuration and design. So out of that list, we had several workshops with the different EPE departments that are responsible of those operations. So we went through each of the items of that list, and we selected the requirements that the best fit our operations. We modified any values or any thresholds in which EPE operates or to meet our operation standards and the technical standards that we have to comply with.
And once your consultants assisted you in setting forth the parameters to design the system, do they have a continuing function?
After we developed the RP, they also assisted us in providing the framework for the evaluation on the technical side and also on the commercial, and help us, compare, in simple terms, apples to apples, and and so they provided that framework, and but EPE internal employees were the ones evaluated the functionality, and we come up with the scores, and then as a team we selected the best, the short list.
Are they going to have any management or oversight functions if your project is approved in your jurisdictions?
We plan to continue hiring their services as a support.
Support how?
For project management.
But not what you're done with the design phase of the project, correct?
No, so right now we have to design and configure both the head-end system coming from Itron, and also the meter data management system from Oracle. And then, so that is part of the design phase. As well, Itron needs to design the communications network. Make sure they're conduct a field survey, how many devices are we going to have in the field, where they're going to be located, to make sure that every meter is able to communicate with that network, communications network.
Did you actually view or speak with like references for Itron?
Yes.
So, I mean, did you actually get to go see a system that they had designed?
No, unfortunately, we issued this project during the pandemic. So but we were able to consult with other utilities that had Itron systems, and we checked their references.
And were you able to observe or to find out about any problems or anything that the utilities that you spoke with would have done differently with the system that they got from Itron?
I think overall, just by making sure that we monitor the contract all the step of the way. They haven't. They mentioned some problems. I believe with the meter cover, and in the lower valley of Texas lower valley, where they experience a lot of humidity. Itron assures that they're working with a better design on the meter coverage, but that's one example that we saw that that we know that Itron is addressing, and compared to our region, we may not have that problem.
Trying to recall, Mr. Schistel deferred a question to you.
I
it's
think
always
there are
challenging.
a lot of questions to me, but
I know it's always challenging when you ask the question and somebody defers it to somebody else to actually go back to and ask the person that you had hoped to find the answer. I'm sure it had to do with functionality of the meter, but I honestly don't recall. So I think, Ms. Ramirez, that's all the questions I can remember that I have for you. Ms. Olson, any redirect for your witness?
Sorry, I was just consulting my notes here. No, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not have any redirect.
Very well. Might have been some of your questions. I don't know, Mr. Harris. Anybody have questions for Ms. Ramirez based on my questions?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do.
Okay, Mr. Harris, go ahead.
Mrs. Ramirez, congratulations on your marriage. And it's a pleasure to be here today. So we established during the cross-examiners, we examined during the hearing examiner's questioning that a vendor to Itron was going to do the actual work of installing the meters. Do you remember that?
yeah, yes, sorry.
No worries. So, and that company is based in Texas, correct?
Yes, is based in Texas, but they do projects nationwide.
And so if either Itron or the vendor that Itron hires is found to have broken the law or is even suspected of it to a great degree, can you tell us what EPE's reaction to that would be?
Well, immediately we will have to refer to the contract, and if they're not meeting that class, where we specifically include the requirement that they have to meet certain requirements and standards. If they're not meeting those standards, then we will have to ask ITRON to hire the proper or for them to conduct the, to have the proper workforce to complete the work.
You work with a lot of contracts, isn't that correct?
We have several contractors, yes.
Are you
Part of
familiar
the
with,
project.
are you familiar with the term boilerplate as it refers to language in contracts?
Can you, yes.
What I want to ask is if it's boilerplate, if it's standard language to suspend the contract if the other party is violating the law.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's really getting into legal questions, and Ms. Ramirez is not holding herself out to have legal understanding of contract terms.
Mr. Harris?
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm asking about the existence of language in contracts that Ms. Ramirez manages.
With that clarification, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer if you know, Ms. Ramirez.
But we have a legal department that it particularly focusing on developing the contracts, make sure that legally El Paso Electric is covered and the projects are covered for any problems that we may face in the project implementation.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, I have no more questions.
Very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner. This is
Ms.
Mary
Souls?
Lee Souls. Yes, I did have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Ramirez. Good
afternoon.
Along the same lines as Mr. Harrison, Hearing Examiner, regarding ITRON and being registered as a corporation doing business in New Mexico. Is it your expectation that their supplier, what you call Texas Meter Devices, would also be registered in New Mexico?
That is my understanding.
Have you searched the New Mexico Secretary of State's Corporations and Business Services site for them?
So what we've done, like we stated before, is that we vetted ITRON because we have our contract directly with ITRON. And ITRON needs to be responsible to make sure that their subcontractor, whoever they hire, they meet our requirements. At this point, because we're not there yet in the phase of the project, once we issue the notice to proceed for meter deployment, that's when we start gathering evidence and start vetting the subcontractors. At this point, we're not there yet.
Very well. So I did look for Texas Meter Devices.
You can't say. You can't testify. You didn't file testimony, Ms. Souls.
Then let me phrase it a different way. Would Texas Meter Devices be represented under a different name than Texas Meter Devices?
Not to my knowledge.
Very well. And if you find that they are not registered with the Secretary of State, what action will you take?
Can you repeat the last part?
If you were to find that that subcontractor is not registered to do business in New Mexico with the Secretary of State, what action will you take?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm just going to continue my objections that these are legal questions.
I think to the extent
it seems
to
me like
the extent that she helped prepare the bid, she knows what the terms of the bid and the contract. I think in that in that context, Ms. Ramirez, you can answer the question.
Yeah, and my answer would be, I need to take this item to our legal department to find guidance on how we would approach these non-compliant, potentially non-compliance with ITRAN.
Okay. Ms. Sol,
Thank you. I have no further questions.
any questions from anybody else? I just have a question from before. And since I know that you're a mechanical engineer and a civil engineer,
Mhm.
and a PE, are you still a PE in Texas?
Yes.
Do you know what the failure rate on the existing meters is?
Yes, can I refer to my the RFIs up to my binder that I have in front of me?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I think I asked Mr. Schistel. And I'm just wondering, this is in context of the request to waive the testing program. And I'm just wondering generally what the failure rate is for these existing meters.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought I had it in my RFIs.
Okay.
And
Do you know generally?
I know that it's low.
Okay.
Yes. I apologize, but I can
Okay.
provide that information very easily. I have it in my records.
Okay. Ms. Olson, let's consider that a bench request, please. And this relates to the EPE's request for variance on Rule 560.
I'm happy to provide the information. Could you just give us some boundaries for the request for data?
Oh, I just want, like, so for example, you could just provide it annually for, for say the last 3 years.
And then I apologize because this is kind of a new area for me. Can you just clarify what you were asking for?
Sure. I'd like to know the failure rate of the existing meters.
And is that for a particular class or meter type?
Well, I believe what Mr. Schistel testified earlier today is that you all want the variance, or you all being EPE, wants the variance for the in-service testing requirements. I guess for all the meters, it's going to replace in the next 3 years.
Okay.
Is that correct, Miss? If you know, Ms. Ramirez? Are you familiar with the variance request?
I'm not very familiar with that. That
Okay.
is part of distribution and metering operations.
Okay.
And Madam Hearing Examiner, if it's okay for you, assuming Mr. Davis doesn't go today, I'm confident he can have that
Okay.
for questioning tomorrow. And if he goes today, he may already, I know he's been watching this, he may already have it.
Okay. Yeah, that would be fine if he can answer that. I just wanted a ballpark figure on that. But I really think since it's after 5, that we might want to start at 9 in the morning with Mr. Davis. Allison, is that okay with you? Are you ready to call it a day?
Whatever is your preference.
Yeah, I think that's probably better, you know. We will go ahead and depending on the amount of examination. Yeah, I think we will be able to complete tomorrow. So why don't we go ahead and Ms. Ramirez, you're excused. Thank you very much. And we will begin at 9 o'clock in the morning with EPE witness Davis, and then have the Attorney General witnesses, the City of Las Cruces, the staff witnesses, and then we'll have Mr. Bacchus. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. We are recessed until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I would like for the parties again to be available at 10 minutes of the hour to discuss any procedural matters that may have arisen. Okay, thank you all very much, and we are recessed until tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.